to make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Octavian and Bazzi hitting the deck, going for the sprays out wide. Novolo into the blue. Great for them. Sebi now in the dust. Will find Reeves. Now just needs to deal with.
It's time to start another day of the PUBGM Pro League Western Europe Spring 2022 season. We've had some teams rise up through the ranks just yesterday, some teams that have had some massive improvements, and unfortunately some teams that have left us wondering, are they even participating here in the Super Weekend? I'm Jason Kappa, and I'm your host. I almost started all over myself, making myself look like a fool, but I have two gentlemen to do just that for me. But before we talk about them, remind you guys once again about the social media. You guys can hit us up over on Instagram, over on Twitter. You can follow us on YouTube, TikTok, everything you possibly could want to. It's all down there below me. Now, speaking about below me, because I'm really tall, we got Max and Claris here joining me on the desk. Two short men, but just as handsome as ever, to talk once again about some PUBG Mobile. They color coordinated. Why didn't I get the memo?
I didn't even know he's going to wear red. I don't know. It's just luck.
We tried shouting up there, Jason, but it was too far. So apparently you couldn't hear us. Yeah, thanks. I know I'm like 2'3" or whatever. That doesn't matter. The point is, my brain for PUBG Mobile will make up for it. Thank you, Jason.
That is true. Your brain is exceptionally large when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Max, I mean, we've had some teams really perform yesterday quite well. We've had TJB show up a little bit as well towards the very end of the day, which was nice to see. What was your thoughts about the day? I
mean, I was happy to see Royal Tigers 9. I had my questions about what they could potentially bring up in the first Super Weekend. They gave themselves the back-to-back chicken dinner to start off the day. I'm going to use the real name of Royal Tigers 9 because I clearly cannot use the made-up name by Kalaris, so I'll stick with the real one.
I don't know what you're talking about. What name made up?
Yeah, Legit Lions 4 has been their entire name for this whole time. If you could just look at their logo. I mean, come on. But anyway.
Well, you know what? We will look at their logo really quickly because we're going to be looking at overall standings, and we can probably see them up on that first page, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe second page, but I guarantee you they're not on the last page because that would be utterly impossible. All right, so we're not going to see them on the first page, but we will see Gamelord. The lead they have here, Kalaris, is ridiculous. It's like 70 points, and then the gap from second to eighth is like 40 points, 41 points. Like, that's how big of a lead they have in first currently.
They're the lords of the game, I think is fair to say. I mean, even in this Super Weekend, obviously Max had brought light to the fact that, you know, Victor wouldn't be playing yesterday, but still guys like Navallo, etc. were able to have those standout moments. So this roster is not only flexible, this roster not only is star-studded, but they're, yeah, as you say, almost 70 points ahead, which is kind of ridiculous here at this point in time in the tournament.
And even without Victor, actually, they did end up getting themselves, what was that, 3 top 3s in the 5 games of yesterday, which is still an insanely consistent average. If they had Victor, maybe they can try and close it off, but still 3 top 3s, cannot complain. They're still lengthening that lead in first place, and teams such as Eastern Stars, Big, that have had a really good time in these Super Weekends are going to have a real hard time to actually catch up to Gamelord because that lead is just too big now.
Yeah, and to be fair, I don't think it's really about catching up right now, more so as it is just, you know, ironing out your play style, ironing out your kinks, and also trying to get chicken dinners because you don't need to catch Gamelord. You just need to be top 16 and try to win as many chicken dinners as possible because that's $1,000 per pop, which you can see Gamelord was sitting on 5 grand so far. But as we look down the list, though, we see, again, X team not playing. They've fallen off the front page. Rescue as well not participating here as they are currently bubbled in 16th place at 55 points. But we know a lot of teams are catching up, and a lot of teams are putting pressure onto them.
Yeah, I mean, when you look back on X Team, you said they're not playing in the Super Weekend. They started off yesterday in 4th position. They dropped off significantly. Now they're 9th, and I think that when you're looking at how teams have been able to improve, for example, Penta comes up a really big day, same for Real Tigers 9 UK, I think we might see them at the bottom part of that top 16, so not going to be looking good for this squad. But though Vamos, as you mentioned a few times yesterday, actually, Kalaris, right? That was enough for them to hope to make their way into the top 16. If they have another day like that, Rescue, they're out.
Yeah, when you take away what we saw yesterday, I think it's not only kind of like a little bit scary for Rescue, but also a little bit scary for Shockwave as well. There is the potential that across these 3 days, unless Shockwave has a little bit of a step up, you could see Vamos take them over. And then for Romanian Boys, if they have a little bit of an extra performance, especially kind of in comparison to what we saw at the very end of yesterday, which was good by 4 Romanian boys. And we know that they have the chops to be able to do stuff like that in this lobby. Then yeah, if you're Shockwave or even some of those other teams with a few points kind of lacking there, I'd be a little bit worried.
I mean, 4 Romanian boys put up 84 points in our league play, which was 8 matches, right? It's only 3 left to go till they hit that threshold. I mean, imagine if they have 15, if you just double that, 160-ish points, maybe, if they can maintain that kind of performance. Like, realistically, they could start to push some pressure on some teams further above them. But again, the teams really high up don't need to really worry too much. But one team who maybe needs to worry a little bit, Vamos, because they have to requalify yet again. Yeah, if you get into top 16 right now, it's great. But if Rescue requalify, or if any of the teams you've knocked out of the bubble requalify and you don't, you're going to be in their positions. Let's take a look a little bit closer into this team here and kind of compare Vamos up against Rescue, actually, when it comes to the Super Weekends only.
Yeah, this is cool, because when we were kind of breaking down the numbers after the show yesterday, thinking how these were going to match up against one another and what their performances looked like in those Super Weekends, the fact that they're getting the same average placement so far across those games, but Vamos is just able to blast that little bit extra for the eliminations. That, I mean, if the average placement continues as it is, Vamos will catch up via eliminations. But, you know, that remains to be seen what actually goes on in these next 2 days. But there is the opportunity there for them.
I think there's one thing, though, that we need to be very clear, right, when we're looking at these stats, is that these are an average over the course of the 5 games. If you look at how they got their points, first game, 0 points, second game, 19 points, third game, 0 points, and it's up and down throughout the rest of the day. It is something that goes to show if they just have a very bad day, they could remain in that bottom position, right? We saw it happen in the first league play, reason why they didn't make it to the first Super Weekend. So Vamos can do good things, but they can also, unfortunately, do really bad things. So if we see them on their A-level gameplay, there's a big chance they'll be able to push over Rescue, but I still want to see more consistency from this team.
Well, I mean, speaking of consistency, like Rescue, look at their stats here in the Super Weekend. You know, it doesn't look great, right? Obviously being 16th place now, but then we think about league play, they scored a whopping, what was it, 19 points, if I'm not mistaken? Yeah, 19 points. They were completely bottom of the table, 20th place when it came to league play. The Rescue started off okay, as we remember thinking back to the first day of league play, and they just been kind of, I don't want to say getting worse, but they've definitely not been improving. And that's actually a really worrying sign for me when it comes to them in particular. But then another team that kind of worries me, but for a different way, TJB, the team that we saw dominate the last year in total under Panda, under Unicorns of Love, they've not really fallen off the face of the earth. They just kind of are cruising. But I know you proposed the question before, James. Is it them cruising, or is maybe this the new TJB? And I'm still borderline thinking this might be the new TJB. But there's every once in a while this match they have. I think there was it match 5 yesterday where they have this glimpse of hope in the team that makes you think, oh no, actually it was match 3 where they got 14 eliminations. That they could actually be that still powerhouse team. We've just not seen it as consistently as before.
Yeah, smack for the eliminations is what I'm wanting to go with for this, as you're kind of alluding to here. Like the fact that in Super Weekend 1, yeah, they were doing plenty of damage, but were they getting the eliminations off the back of it? Not really. I think they'd found themselves in mid games where they were third-partying situations, and maybe they would get a knock, but you know, those eliminations would eventually get stealed, etc., and things like that. Yesterday, though, to start off Super Weekend 2, there was a bit more fierceness to them, a bit more tenacity to them when it came to some of those early fights. We saw them in those almost hot drop scenarios where they were taking those fights and then they'd then roll on into other battles as they were kind of moving towards the circle. This team, GK First, Lin and the like, we believe that they can continue to do this and get quite a lot of points off eliminations. I think it's fair to say, Max.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely worked out great so far for them. Look at the average on Erangel, 6.33. That's looking amazing, especially with the average survival time that's way lower than what they had in the first Super Weekend. Like, that's an average of like 4-5 minute difference, which is insane to think that with that much time taken away from their survival time, they're still able to frag out this much. That's great. But looking back onto it, I think that some other teams like maybe Shockwave, maybe also your Eastern Stars will look back on this and look at that Northern George pole position. Is this worth your time to go for an early fight on a map such as Erangel versus a team that has shown already, right, Galaris, that they can fight really well in the early game if I were them, I would not take that risk. It's not going to help you out. You can even see Eastern Stars go back to what, mill to power if they really want to. That would be fine because this team has shown that they got the chops in the early game, so you might want to avoid it as much as possible.
And to give credit where credit is due, Langzy yesterday, 11 eliminations. That's a brilliant performance from him. I'm always about making the players the stars here at the show, and we can't avoid the fact that he got 11 eliminations. It wasn't quite the top eliminations for the day, but 11 extremely respectable coming into yesterday.
Yeah, very, very. And not to mention they're continuing to look, I don't know, like a team that no one really wants to fight, as you guys are mentioning, right? We mentioned like the hot drops yesterday a little bit. I'm curious to see if they're still going to happen today. I would expect teams to maybe say, nah, we're good. We're gonna move away from this one, just like we're gonna move away from this topic and maybe turn our eyes towards Penta, who had the highest scoring day out of anyone yesterday. From a team who was in last place for the first 2 days of our first Super Weekend, they come out day one in Super Weekend 2 with 74 points. Let's take a look at their player stats from yesterday alone. And Muzi, I mean, he's had a massive step up, but not only him. So how is your? I didn't want to say it, but now I have to.
Tadwas!
So is your boy Tadwas.
That's right. It's blame Blank. It's fine. It's not really called Tadwas, guys. It's called Dwas. But you know, Blank had the best time of his life. Muzi, of course, yeah, top eliminator from yesterday. Brilliant stuff by him, obviously. And up until they got themselves the victory, the chicken dinner yesterday, I was a little bit kind of taken aback. I didn't quite realize just how big a day they were having. But I mean, game one, fourth with 9 eliminations, game two, second with 6 eliminations. The only thing they tripped up really yesterday on Max was Sanhok, but I forgive teams for that, especially when it's only one Sanhok a day.
No, that was completely fine. The Sanhok, can completely forget about it. It's completely okay. But Muzi in particular was really the standout, as you already mentioned, able to make it to the late game so often. And he got close pretty often to almost closing off some of that game. Game 3 did end up going their way. They got 8 eliminations on that game, which is insane. And I want to see more of this Penta. This is the Penta that coming into this event. You had a few names, especially looking at holes, right? There's a very, very experienced player, as Imperium has alluded to already during those games. And it felt like they were making it a lot more towards the late game, but I would still like to see more than just Muzi in particular. And if they can do so, 74 points in a day could have turned up being maybe even 100 points in a day, but I still want to see Muzi having the team set around him. And if they can do so, man, they could push themselves so much further and beyond in the games to come.
Would you potentially say they're a championship level team?
I don't want to say anything now because it didn't work out for Rescue, so I'm just gonna I'm hands off. I'm stopping now.
Do you want me to answer?
Maybe do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
No,
I want someone to answer.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
One day's performance at 74 points is extremely respectable and very, very strong. So really impressive by them, especially considering I think we probably had a lot of question marks around them before that.
Yep.
Still question marks are there, even though you have an amazing day. Let's see that happen consecutive days. Let's see that happen in the next Super Weekend, and then we can start talking about that.
See, Max, you could have just given that answer. It would have been perfect. That's why James has such a big brain.
I don't want to.
Well, another team that I'm not ready to say is necessarily championship caliber just yet. However, they are, I believe, in 4th place with 0 chicken dinners. Clear vision. This team has been consistent as ever. They're not winning matches, but they're looking so damn good. And a particular player on the team, Modi, is just absolutely destroying people. Let's take a look at their stats really quickly here, and we can see what we're talking about. That is an insane damage difference between him and anyone else on the team.
Okay, championship caliber team, maybe not yet, but championship caliber contender. I would say contender. We are there. There are teams that are currently contesting with the top teams in the overall rankings. Currently, they are. Wait, let me check. Let me load it right now. They're in 4th position, right behind Team Big, Eastern Stars, like teams that have made a huge name for themselves in this region, and they are currently contesting for that podium finish, which is great to see. Though I feel like I always got one little negative thing to go, but it's just that little improvement that makes one team go from great to amazing. And I want to see more setup around Hamodi. It's fine to have 1 player or 2 players serve as the top frag and the other players maybe not get as close stats, but I have the impression Hamodi is remaining as the final player a little bit too often. And if we see more from Vindex in particular, which is a player that I was heavily looking forward to play in this tournament, I think this could be the extra step up for them to remain in that podium position. So it's looked great so far, but I think they can even do more because this is how much I'm expecting from this team.
Yeah, I probably would echo that. I mean, Hamodi yesterday, 9 eliminations once again, really impressive stuff coming out. But actually, Vindex got himself 9 eliminations yesterday, so there has been a step up in the right direction from him. Again, it comes to the same question, you know, I pose people like Penta and stuff like that. Can we see that in consecutive days? Can we see that in consecutive super weekends, right? But I think, as Max says, there's been a few moments where it's been Hamodi clutching out and gaining maybe a few extra placement points here or there because of it, a few extra eliminations here and there. And it needs to be just a little bit more rounded. But so far, I think we're all quite impressed with what Clear Vision has been able to bring to the table.
Yeah, and we have to think long term, right? If they're pretty much set to make it into the finals, then from there it's top 8 gets into the regional championship. Like, this gives them like a nice little runway to actually continue to improve over time. It gives them more and more experience and continue hopefully to get better and better, and more importantly than all of that, mesh better together. Like Vindex, like you mentioned, able to step up today to help Hamodi out, help carry the team through. But Max, I have a question for you. Did you finish your drink yesterday, even though you poured it into a glass?
Oh no!
It was very nice. It was very fancy. Okay, I enjoyed it. Don't hate on me for drinking in a glass. Okay, it's cool. It's a way of drinking.
Did you have your pinky out when you drank your Monster Energy, which actually is our official energy drink partner here at PMPL?
I did. I just like that. I chug it like that with a little finger up. That's
Do
how
you have another one, Max?
No, I do not. Unfortunately.
Oh, damn. Oh,
I emptied the shop. There's no more. Right.
I saw him chug the other day, and that was quite not impressive.
No.
But then imagine him chugging with his pinky out.
Yeah.
Don't imagine it. Just no.
Don't imagine it.
No.
It's very British thing.
I won't
though,
imagine.
right?
You know what I will imagine is the schedule. I can bring it up with my mind powers right now.
Oh,
There we go. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel. So it's the exact same schedule every single day in the super weekends. The only time it ever differs is when we get to our finals, and of course when we're in our league play as well. For y'all at home, though, keep in mind the PUBG Mobile 4th anniversary is still happening. Kalaris, do you still have the paper with you?
Yes.
Don't show it just yet.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. The AR treasure hunt is currently going on within PUBG Mobile. All you have to do is visit PUBGM.
Ta-da!
fourthdimension.com to find out all the details and collect some AR airdrops. 100,000 euros in prizes, not to mention some limited edition iPhone 13s. And you can learn a little bit more here in just a few seconds. But after that, we're going to be heading straight into our match. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. Okay, well, we're back. The casters, they decided, you know what, gentlemen? You didn't get your contractually obligated time on camera, so we let you talk a little bit more. All right, go into today, boys. Again, I'm going to make you do some predictions here about which team you think will get the most points in the day.
In the day.
Go, Max.
Oh, okay. In the day, I don't know. You know what? We're on the Clear Vision hype train. We hyped them up. They did really well yesterday. They were actually the 4th best performing team of yesterday with 47 points. So if we have that step up we mentioned earlier, maybe they could be first.
But if they were 4th in points yesterday and they're 4th in points overall, wouldn't they be 4th again today?
Maybe, but I want to break expectations.
But I'm going to keep asking you questions because I can see Claris is winding up for something, so I'm not going to let us go to him. And instead, I'm going to ask you, Max. Go ahead, Claris.
Unicorns of love.
Oh.
Why?
The words from God have descended upon us, and it is now time for us to witness the resurgence of the great Unicorns of love.
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, let's go to our commentators to get this first match underway.
I wish I could get the Kylaris blessing, should I say. It would definitely make me feel a lot better. Are you feeling better, Blank, after yesterday's games?
No, dude, I've got an
Oh, wow,
illness
okay.
from you. Apparently,
Hey,
you've
how-
breathed the illness through to me through the network. I don't know how it's happened, but it's fine. It's all good. I'm at home. I've got my fluffy jacket on, so things are looking up for me.
Oh,
I don't
man.
think it's looking up for Unicorns Love though. I'll put it that way, Claris. Come on, I think you're bigging up the wrong team here. Yesterday was just a bit weird for me. Seeing Daddy just send it into groups of teams in a vehicle. It really gave me the confusion, okay? I did not like it. It made me feel bad. I don't want to see it again.
Okay, that's more than fair, and I agree. I looked at it and I kind of went, "What? Okay, what's going on here?" And then it just went from bad to worse from there. But I do believe overall it was a better day for Unicorns. A lot. They seem to play a little bit tighter, a little bit cleaner for the most part. And then we move on over to a team like Clear Vision. Hamodi just leading the charge. We talked about it before we were showing on screen. It's all in the jumper. I'm gonna have to go out and get myself a yellow jumper, just because clearly it's a source of his powers.
Yeah, well, I think Claris actually has a very nice yellow hoodie that he's worn a few times. I think he was at his peak performance on those days. So I think that he needs to pull that one out. Be like the Hamodi. Be like the yellow sun that everyone must bow down to, honestly. Because this guy is really giving it. And those light rays are just like the bullets he's sending out in game. They are accurate. They are hot. It hurts. Put it behind a magnifying glass, it gets worse. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I know where the plane's going. It's from Kameshki down towards Quarry. So this is a pretty decent playing path for most teams. Eastern Stars, I do wonder if they're going to drop out towards North George, in which case we'll see another Tongjia Bao and Eastern Stars clash. Though the boys on the desk were alluding, you know, Tongjia Bao, they've got it covered when it comes to those early game fights.
They do. There is, once again, I mentioned it with Penta in yesterday's Erangel game. I think it was the last game of the day, but there is a couple of spots available that X team were in, right? You have the western side of the map just above Primorsk, and you have Milta. That is a little bit more viable for the likes of Eastern Stars. And it seems like they could be. No, they're not going towards there, but look, actually, no, it does look like they're going to utilize that western side of the map, Blank.
Yeah, they are. So not picking up Milta. I think this is a place where they're comfortable. There's most likely going to be a South George drop right towards Hospital. Instead, opting to take up this area, seeing that it has been free. So instead of fighting for North George, they've had some peace talks. We're going to have North George and South George, you know, split up between the two, which is just fine. I think Hamodi's been in all of these for Erangel. And I've just been keeping a keen eye out. But I think the rest of the players there, Mickey, you know, Narvalo, people we expect. Clear Vision, Hamodi, unexpected for me. And seeing those numbers on the desk as well, that was unreal. Again, I think he's going to be a pickup. I think Keme, as well as Hamodi, those are pickup players. He's not even wearing the jersey. It's easy to transfer him across. No offense, Clear Vision. I think you should hold on to him as long as you can.
Yeah, you are absolutely right, Blank. And that's players. Of course, it's very much a team game. But I suppose if out of whether it's a struggle or not a struggle, but out of a tournament, if you can at least come across as a strong, successful player individually, that's nothing but a bad thing for your future and your career within the PUBG Mobile esports ecosystem, because we're only getting started in 2022, right? I know we're in April, but there's a long way to go. You're going to have the full split events in between. You have PMGC. The opportunities are there for individual players and, of course, teams to find the success and find some financial gain.
Absolutely. And I think that, you know, when I look at it, people could rebuttal with the fact that maybe it's his team enabling. I think when you see those damage numbers and the knocks and the everything else, it's very unlikely, and that's the case, that a team isn't enabling a player, but instead a player just fragging out of his mind, essentially. So that's the way I see it, at least. I think, honestly, Hamodi, just keep doing what you need to do, man. Or get a jersey. I think that's my only complaint. I love the turtleneck, but get a jersey, man. Come on.
I'm in turtleneck.
Oh,
we
you're not
trust.
happy about this?
No, I'm not happy about this. I'm
No,
all
man,
for the turtleneck.
stop.
I swear to God, I'm going online after the broadcast today. I'm going online and I'm looking up a yellow turtleneck. I'm getting getting myself one of those bad boys. In Hamodi we trust. In the turtleneck we trust.
Oh yeah, okay. Okay. You think that's what's like providing him his power? It's like a mythical bit of equipment. Interesting.
Well, it's like when Superman puts on a suit, he's instantly more powerful.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's how Superman works.
No, it's not.
No,
it's not. Okay, just okay. What about Spider-Man? There you go.
Also, no. I think your superhero trivia is quite bad.
The new generation of Superman is technically true, yeah, because he has all the stuff in the suit.
Spider-Man or
Most
Superman?
of the technology are in the suits. Spider-Man.
Oh, Spider-Man.
Yeah,
but wasn't the whole point of the films with the? Isn't that famous quote from Tony Stark? If you're Spider-Man with a suit that you don't deserve it. I think John will absolutely know the quote for this one. I'm going to need a John fact check here, please. Thank you. Which I'm sure we'll get back with. I think you need to recap on your Marvel, man. Come on, this is ridiculous. Looking at the game, we need to recap really quickly as well, Imperium, because fair bits happened since then, or at least one knock, one flush. That's about it, really. But we do have our circle heading up towards that northwest side, so Shockwave will be very happy with this one. And you know what? Respect to them. They've stuck to their guns. They're heading towards Zaki no matter what.
Is it was it cut off your nose to spite your tail kind of thing? I don't mind it. I've talked about it, and it's all about what they do from this looting position, how smooth they are to rotate. We look on over to Unicorn's Love. They are very heavily putting Real Tigers 9 under a lot of pressure. They've already picked up that one initial point, and they have them somewhat locked down in prison. Now, this is outside of the circle, so you kind of got to think, is any team winning this, right? Because technically it slows down the rotation into the circle. Yeah, they don't. None of these teams really rotate super fast, but I do think that it will come to a point where one of them are better off just disengaging as heavily as they can.
Yeah, I think Unicorns Love are taking a fair bit of hits, and I think with Real Tigers 9 been ahead, with the Man God staying alive, you know, you still got him in the party. You take him with you. It gives you a lot of good luck. He's your good luck charm for the team. I think they're just going to get on their way. They don't want to lose that guy. I have word back from John. This is the quote, by the way. If you know nothing about the suit, then you shouldn't have it, okay? God, I sound like my dad. So that's the quote from Tony Stark. Just quick fact check from John on the old. Yeah, exactly. There you go. There you go. Easy peasy. Anyway, back to the game once again, and I promise no more digressions for the rest of the day. I'm out now. I'm finished. I have to get it all out early in the day, you see, whilst the action's not all that hot. And around 7 minutes of the game, I think that I've done pretty well. Get it all done, dusted.
I love the way you actually digressed from your digression. This is the irony of it. Was actually wonderful.
Well,
looking at Vamos in around Watertown, it's near the center of the circle. They gotta be careful that they don't kind of stay locked down in here. I would like to see maybe a bit more of a spread by having 1 or 2 players in the compound across the road. I think that would give them a little bit more viability coming into phase 2 at least.
Oh, Lawrence is stuck right now. That's a shame. I would have actually liked to have seen the rescue plan though. I'm disappointed we're looking at 4 Romanian Men, although they are holding Everest, so nice position. Tongji Baldo take this earlier. I like that 4 Romanian Men have identified this. They've had the entirety of Gatka for a long, long time, and I think this is one of the circles in a little while, at least in Super Weekend, where we've had it go up towards that northwest side. So they're quite comfortable to head up towards the top of Everest this time instead of having to make, I think it was weird rotations over the north side of Pachinki, where, in my opinion, they're quite dangerous. And I think you were saying the same thing yesterday, Imperium. So a little bit change of pace here, and I think for 4 Romanian Men things are going downhill. I mean, I know they're at the top of the hill right now, but things have been going downhill metaphorically at least. With Giants challenging them right now, they do move away. So I think Giants have I'm not going to say they know because Claris is going to have me for this, but I think they have a general idea that there is a team up there. I can't be committal anymore. This is so sad.
For Romanian Men, I think a big part of it is they had such a strong league week too, and not even because it's league week and generally teams tend not to try as not try as hard, but it's just a different kind of situation. But I still think they performed exceedingly well, and in this second super weekend, yeah, it's been indeed a bit of a downhill trend. But the phase two has shifted on over to the east, still the river in play.
We still have this awkward push, right, coming up for Rozhok. And these are the circles that scare me the most. It's not the ones where you have half and half of the South Island and the North Island, right?
Okay.
It's this one where it's weighted in one way, where you would assume it's going to go up towards shooting range Cheverny, right? But this is when the circle does a 180 on you and heads down towards the south. So I don't pity the teams heading up to the north side, but I do somewhat feel sorry for them, especially because I'm not in that situation. But I have a feeling this circle's going south. I don't know why, but I have a feeling.
I'm with you on that, and that's why I look at you, Gamelord's position on that eastern side as a 2-2 split either side of the river. That's pretty much one of the best places to be. A little bit of action going on right now between Real Tigers 9 and Unicorns Love. Also TJB and 4 Romanian Men engaging on each other outside of North George. 4 Romanian Men went down from Everest, and instead of maybe stopping at a compound down from Everest and getting some information, they went a little bit blind, and you're like, why are you doing that?
Yeah, it's a very interesting, considering, like, I would hope that they understood the team scouted them on Everest and they're crushed between Tongjiabao. And this is, if they reviewed the map feed from yesterday, they'd know that this is the spot that Tongjiabao's taking up. In fact, they must have done, because now they're taking Gatka, right? That has to be the case. So this is even more of a questionable play by them. But Unicorns of Love, Real Tigers 9, currently going at it. I think Real Tigers 9 just trying to keep Unicorns of Love at bay. Do they have the nades, though? That's a real question. That's when Real Tigers 9 are at their best.
Mangod was able to kind of hold down Unicorn's Love in this building all on his lonesome, and his two teammates are up on the hill. You've got one of two choices, in my opinion, for Real Tigers 9 in that moment. You either full send it to try and turn the fight around in your favor and support Mangod, or you absolutely disengage by staying where they are. All they've allowed Unicorns Love to do is get the elimination point onto Mangod and switch their favor over onto the rest of the team. Just so slow from Real Tigers 9.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a good play from Unicorns of Love. I'll give them that, because they take down one of the players. They understand that Real Tigers 9 are ahead of them. What's the best thing to do here? It's to confidently chase, finish off that three-man team, and then take up their spot within the circle ahead of you. You don't want to be skirting down towards Southside and having an unfavorable position ahead of you, although Alicio does finally go down here. Miss you with a nice nade. We know how deadly Real Tigers 9's nade can be, but luckily there is a refrag.
Actually a third party from Gamelord. Blank, I was looking at it going, Gamelord could get involved and it could be at the detriment of Unicorns Love, but it actually has been to the detriment of Real Tigers 9. Michu is the last player standing for his team. Unicorns Love, once they get the revive onto Icy, they should be able to stick up as back up as a full squad. Getting a lot of utility out early on in the game isn't really going to help Unicorns Love should they make it into late stages. But Gamelord, they might want to crest, but phase 3 centers up.
So we're not going south. Okay, that's fine. I think a lot of teams might have heard me before headed down towards south side of the map. While they were all crawling on that north side just a minute ago, everyone was like, "Ooh, no, it could be south." I think Eastern Stars have got a really strong spot here. They bided their time upon the forested area towards the west side of shooting range, and now they can start to move into a more favorable spot. Most of the teams now have to make their way in. Gamelord luckily being ahead of the pack there on this eastern crush, which you can see. You got SWAT 69, Unicorns of Love, as well as Real Tigers 9, or at least what's left of them. Narvalo already moved out Imperium, and you mentioned this before, and it was a very good point actually, is that they were holding that almost a 4-man split, but they had some pretty close players to one another, and Narvalo's easily able to respond to this circle and get towards an edge position that they can comfortably now play. So very, very good stuff from Gamelord.
I do question why two of the players are still sticking on the hill over watching Unicorns off. I think if you're going to do that, you only need one player. Akashi should have picked up maybe Robs or I think it's Spicy and moved them away. As it happens, Real Tigers 9 go down. Super Young roster gonna have to really take their time in finding a spot in this circle because there's a lot of teams around them, Blank.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think this is like a route that Super Young roster would like to usually take, but now you got FTY coming on the western side, you got TJB about to deal with. 4 Romanian Men would be here if they didn't get decimated earlier. And honestly, now you got Giants holding box compounds. Incredibly hard crossing for Super Young roster, and most likely something they're going to have to do on the next circle shift. They are taking shots down towards FTY though. That could open up ruins, but it's very doubtful at this range.
If I Super Young roster, depending on the amount of vehicles I have, I would actually get in the vehicles, go back down south, kind of a little bit deeper around the blue, and go onto the very western bridge up towards North George and crest into the edge of the circle that way. It takes a bit longer, but I think it would be worthwhile. Phase 3 Blue Zone is still relatively easy to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a long shot, right? Head that way, and even then, you're moving into an open area where TJB might be able to take you out. And I think it would be a creative rotation. I wonder if they are going to head for it, and I think it might be their last real hope at this point in time. So looks like they're moving back out into it now. Try and make this one work, potentially make their way across the river. Perhaps do it sooner rather than later, though, and heading all the way to the Western Bridge fully. Penta towards the center once again. This is the Penta center. We're no longer having the Penta push. It's the Penta center team. Yes, I love it so much. Led by the glorious man of Muzi himself, who was putting up numbers yesterday. Once again, they're in the circle, so very, very nice. On the other hand, though, Eastern Stars, yeah, they've not been a massive shout into this game so far. They do have a really strong position.
Big also feeling very confident in where they have locked down. It's the compound and the hill either side, which are really able to work in your favor. They're going to have clear vision behind them. Maybe 4 Romanian Boys. Vamos are looking to ascend it, and Gamelord on their screen right now playing on that northwestern side. Northeastern side looking for Swat 69 going for the chase. Is this an action movie or is this a game of PUBG Mobile? Swat 69 deep. Nicely done, and Gamelord, they are just a little bit running away from this.
I like that. I think Rob's trying to spin them out there. They are just chasing them down, and they took down a couple of players earlier. Spicy drops out the vehicle, tries to get the shots in. Hits a fair few of them, and will take down one of the players here. Good shots from Spicy. You love to see it.
Pogba goes down, and now Vamos moving up the southern side of the hill in which Big have locked down. I think Big split is just a little bit too big right now, pun intended. It's a bit too heavy. They're not able to lock down one fight at a time, and they could get squashed either side.
Yeah, they're fairly close together at the moment. I think Swave is the real player that's the stick out, right? I do think Mazaro being this close is a bit dangerous, like you said though, Imperium, but looks like he is starting to retreat it back. If you could just toss some nades over the top, keep Vamos at bay. It's a nice smoke as well, provide him cover, and also potentially Beast, who's on top of the rooftops, will be able to get some dirty angles off. He keeps this up. On the south side, Penta, 4 Romanian Boys, passing through them at the moment. Tutting as they go as well. We remember doing that kind of thing. Don't do that anymore. Product, please.
Yeah, we don't talk about it too much. We'll just let it go. We'll let it go. Mahal does get knocked around, so that's at least a good thing for Vamos.
That's the dude in the shack. There's like a tiny aperture you can shoot through. They're just fully open. Those are frustration shots. You know it. When you start to just razz off about 10 bullets at a time in the M4, you're like, God damn it. Can't hit him. It's too fast. But yeah, I'm very curious how Halls actually went down on that building. But good shots whoever hit that. Not so good shots on the other side of things.
What I do like with Vamos is they've realized that they couldn't really breach over the lip of the hill onto Swave in the onto Big inside the compound. So they've gone, okay, well look, we have a bit of a mutual truce. We're not going to push each other. We'll just cover the south side where we are a little bit more exposed. And they've kind of pushed Penta back. I know Penta aren't absolutely putting them under pressure, but it does go a long way. The shots that Vamos are taking to their south.
What are these plays today, Imperium?
I don't know, man.
I'm terribly confused. Yeah, take that and your vehicle. Get back in the blue. Get back. Unfortunate stuff. Unfortunate stuff with clear vision. Again, the driver's license in these lobbies, I think a lot of them need to be revoked and reassessed. I said this yesterday, I say it again today. You are right though, I did like that from Vamos. It's like a case of, well, this is not working this side, let's see if we can work another position on the circle. 4 Romanian boys do get the circle indeed though here, and Penta would like to go center, but I don't think they'll be getting in there anytime soon. There's a lot of oversight on their position at the moment. Remember, they're playing the shack, it's a very obvious spot.
Yeah.
This is kind of more of one of those spots that's like, oh, there's not really anywhere else to go. Unicorns Love currently going up against Giants. They will take 1 knock, but are still fighting this one out.
Gonna Vamos creeping in from the hills above. Unicorns Love have been consistently in the elimination feed, in a good way. They're up to 7 right now, and if they can still get the revive, no, not quite. A second knock comes down. I see baby, clear vision on the other side. It's not looking good for Unicorns Love, but I'm happy to see a good amount of aggression coming in from them. Vamos maybe recognize that Giants are now pushing in. They can just hold it out a bit. Prada's knocked. They have to worry about a big from above. But Giants are going up on top of the hill. Salazar gets knocked. What? This is a 3-way dance while Unicorns Love are still alive. What are Giants doing?
I don't know, man, but they're stepping on everyone's toes here. Alicio goes down as Ulysses picks him up. This is more the Ulysses that I like to see. Daddy swings out wide and Ulysses swings round just before he can spot him out. So Daddy will live, tell another tale, and will in fact tell that tale right now. Quite a bombastic story about him gunning down one of the players from Giants.
All the while, Big have just kind of looked at this going, okay, well, yous do what yous are doing. We're just going to fight for the edge of the circle. They sent 2 players in. Now the remaining 2 players, Mihi and Swave, now going to go with the smoke and vehicle to follow up with the rest of his team. Good stuff. They're going to be able to camp out clear vision. Now down to Samo. 8 teams left, 22 players. Eastern Stars still on the northwestern side of the circle.
Yeah, not a bad spot whatsoever for Eastern Stars, but Gamelord still with 4. I don't know how they make it happen, because I feel like they've been in quite a few 3-way fights, and typically you lose 1 or 2 members that way, but they're still going strong with 4 here, and it looks like they're starting to piece things together. I think they were playing with fair few different subs yesterday, trying to figure out what's the best combo without Victor. Looks like they've settled on Narvalo, Robs, Akashi, Spicy, and Spicy was playing with them, back last season. Quite a few times as their sub, and he wasn't likely to sit on the bench for fair too long. So it's nice to see him back in the fold once again and get some more playtime. But now it's Eastern Stars versus Gamelord. It's an extremely important fight for Eastern Stars because they haven't spent a lot of time getting these eliminations, and realistically they need to focus on getting big placement points this game if they want it to be worth it, just sitting on this northwestern edge for so long.
They need to trickle teams down to 1 player, 2 players, so it becomes a lot easier for them to control. And with Swave from Big getting another knock on the Spicy, that's going to be Gamelord if the confirmation comes through down to 2 players. Unicorns Love did go down, but they picked up 10 points in this game 1, so I look at that as a very successful start to day 2, while Penta, Nate swinging up from the side of Big, but Manu looking to cook one up in the smoke. Will that connect? Not quite, it looks like, as Mazaur is back up on his feet. Still is a full squad for Big, but Mihi goes a little bit too close for comfort and gets knocked.
What, Tad Was? Why would you do that to him? Manu, behind the tree. Looking to put some roots down into this position on this eastern side. Find some more players from Big. They will explode the vehicles. This is good from Muzi. Will lock Big into this fight. But Manu, what are you doing out in the blue? Locked those roots too deep there and wasn't able to move.
I don't mind Manu being out in the open. It's the fact that Penta have 2 players in the shack. To me, you don't need 2 players in the shack. What is Hall's doing in my eyes? He's looking to try and heal up. Penta they're most likely going to go down, and it all because they didn't really play the right formation, and Big were able to swing around. It's not looking the most successful for Big overall, unless they get the revive onto Swave. That will leave them back up as a 3-man team with 7 elimination points.
I think there for Penta, you're completely right. It's something I was about to mention. It's a case of there needs to be more reaction there. Kapahala might just get away. In fact, he's completely out in the open. You're not getting picked up like an airdrop there by the rest of your team. You're going straight in the bin, unfortunately. The rest of the team, though, 3 players still up and running, but a fair bit of damage. But GK first, Leng X. I still think that these 2 guys have a say in this game. I mean, usually it was that Panda team that when they had 2 players alive, it was very scary.
And if they win, as far as I know, this will be their very first chicken dinner of the PMPL. It'll be a good way to kick off day 2 of Super Weekend number 2. Gamelord have been able to trickle Eastern Stars now down to a solo Octavian on his own. And where did it all go wrong for Eastern Stars? Maybe you just weren't aggressive enough onto Gamelord earlier on, and they were able to pick themselves back up as a 3-person team, and now they're making Eastern Stars pay. Phase 6 moving into Phase 7, everybody's on the edge.
I don't particularly like the plane crash position because you do kind of stymie yourself into a single spot. It's very hard to play out from. So once they're in there, like I feel like they got in that spot very early on in the game. It's great if the circle centers up there, but I think they were there like Phase 3 or Phase 4, so they kind of predicting things very early. Doran at least will get back up on his feet with Octavian. I think these 2 have been a very dynamic duo the entire tournament. So if anyone can salve the situation for Eastern Stars, it is these 2 boys themselves. But taking more damage, Spicy finds one with a beautiful spray into the smoke. Good stuff. Oh my lord. Let's go, Spicy.
I'm a little bit surprised Big didn't maybe try and punish them from behind, but I also get that Big don't want to take too much of a risk, right? You still got 10 seconds, but now Sways peeks around the side of the rock and is able to take down Rob. Spicy's left on his own, but it's not looking the best for him down to Sliverfell. Sway gets the pick up on him. He's going to go in for the push. He gets the job done. Big pick up, double-digit eliminations.
This would be a perfect time for TJB to at least get 1 knock here. They have a great setup, and they've had this western side of the circle to themselves for a long time. And if they're looking for that first chicken dinner, now is the time to start cooking that bad boy up. Put it in the oven, see what you can get done with it. Big, along the way, Beast, crawling it in. See what he can do, claws in the floor.
Romanian Boys saved their day 1 yesterday with the last gasp result in the final game of the day. They're in the top 3. That's a guaranteed minimum 10 placement points. Maybe if Lau, the final player, can stay a little bit quiet, he is further away from the edge of the circle. TJB, Big, can pick each other up, and maybe Lau can steal the 2nd place, possibly a win.
His nades are coming through though, but they're a bit far. And I think this is a guessing game right now. That's a nice nade from Lau. Direct on spot. Complete difference to the ones that TJB are throwing, but that's because he's got information on this side. And Swave looks to his fellow brethren and just knows it's not happening. He'll never get back up again. Shots down towards Lau. Final shot hits it, Imperium. Now we got this 1v2 going on.
Come on, Swave. You saw me yesterday get a 1v6 essentially. You only need a 1v2. That sounds relatively easy, but it's not going to be the case as a Molly burns up. Sway's going to go down, and Tong Jiao Bao pick up their first chicken dinner in the PMPL.
I mean, that's just good positioning. That makes me reminisce about Panda, right? That really makes me think back there. But again, that Molotov was the king of Molotovs this game. That lob was just so on point, right? And I think Swave even saw that. He was like, well, you know, that's perfect. Yeah. I don't think he could have hit that better on me. And I have to just leave now. I'll take a 2nd place because I'm cooked. That's the oven going with the chicken dinner in hand.
It was just so well executed from TJB, they didn't go too deep in the center. They played on that kind of western edge, much like Gamelord played on the eastern edge on the opposite side. They were able to pick up a couple of early elimination points, I believe, on the super young roster, and maybe a little bit FTY as well, not exactly sure. But at the end of the day, when it was all said and done, it was down to 2v2v1. They waited out. Low picked up the elimination point onto Mizara, which I suppose to an extent helped them. That Molly that you talked about, so on point, and it's a good level of stats for them.
That's GK first for you right there. 1,029. I think if you're expecting anyone to show up there when you've only got a couple of players remaining, it's definitely GK first. Narvalo with the most nadal-ins at 1. I think a fair few players actually got that, but we put Narvalo there because we like it. That's exactly why we do that. But yeah, great game overall. I think we had a lot of our heavy hitters, and this is great news because when we do go back to the desk, I'm sure they'll be delighted to talk about Tongjibao, because I think they did control the west side of that circle fairly well, and they weren't too gung-ho about it. Yeah, they lost some players early, but controlling the western side was great. And also, this is exactly what the boys on the desk talked about. They said that this is a great place for Tongjibao to start getting more eliminations. And look what they do. They absolutely get it.
Well, TJB, they've broken the dam, and now will they be able to flood the second day of the Super Weekend number 2 with more than one chicken dinner? We'll have to wait and find out. Let's go to a quick break.
TJB Esports, formerly known as Team Panda, is the first champion of PMPL Western Europe, and there's no doubt that they can make it happen again. The team looks well in shape with their 5th place finish in the PMPL qualifiers last month that came along with 2 high-kill chicken dinners. During the inaugural PMPL Western Europe season, Linye, the brains of the team, led Panda with all his might and topped the tables in both the league stage and finals. Moreover, he doesn't come any short of firepower, as the IGL also became one of the MVPs of Season 1. For the last season, Linye and his longtime teammate and skilled fragger GK had joined Unicorns of Love and went on to score big on the international stage. They not only came second in the first ever EMEA Championship, these players did exceptionally well throughout the season and qualified directly for the PMGC West League through PMGC points. However, the Panda Band is now back together under the esteemed banner of TJB Esports, so Linear and GK are now reunited with Yiz and Lang Z and Lang X for this PMPL. With years of synergy, the roster is looking forward to achieving even higher this time, but will it be enough against the fresh talents from the region? Tune in to PMPL Western Europe Spring 2022 to find out.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL Western Europe Spring 2022. And finally, TJB have woken up. The alarm clock has been hit, and they got themselves a chicken dinner, and got themselves, more importantly, $1,000 as well here. Gentlemen, finally able to step up here, just like our, I don't know how our sponsor stepped up, how we're going to step up as we drink one of these Monster Energies, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL WEU Spring 2022. And definitely TJB must have been drinking some of their own, because finally they show up, finally they get themselves a victory. It wasn't necessarily super clean, but it was played methodically, it was played smart, and finally we're starting to see the team that we've been talking about for like a week and a half.
Yeah, and not only did they unleash the beast, they also helped eliminate the beast in this game, which is good to see versus Big. It worked out great for TJB, and as you mentioned many times, Kalaris, and they're actually playing in that a lot more. They are starting to play aggressive a lot more in the early game, and they're playing a lot more controlling, especially. They held on to the riverside next to Northern George for the longest time. I think they even got rid of, what, FTY, if I'm not mistaken? So it seems like, at least on Erangel, I'm not sure about Sanhok, we'll see later on, but at least on Erangel, it seems like they are adapting to the lobby to get these big elimination games, and now also their first chicken dinner.
Yeah, quite an interesting end as well to this whole game, if you think about it. I mean, we basically turned it into a 2v2 tournament for all of these teams going up towards that kind of plane wreckage area as the eliminations continued to come in. For TJB, yeah, they get the eliminations, but when it comes to this kind of circle, I sort of expect them to be doing well, right? All they have to do is navigate a little bit east from North George, be able to take up residency in those areas. Big and Gamelord on the other side here, once again with the 11 eliminations each. The heavy hitters are coming out to play here in day 2, Jason.
Yeah, they are, and it's honestly refreshing. I think we were, like John was saying, I was saying during the game, it was nice to see TJB, see Big, see Gamelord, Eastern Stars, and like our top 5 of the match, because that's like the big hitters we expect to be showing up here in PMPLs, and we've been a bit confused about where this consistency is, where that year plus of experience has gone. But finally, they step up here, able to get a decent result in the first match of the day. And looking down the list, though, Real Tigers 9 UK, as we talked about at the start of the day, unfortunately 0 points. Who else in here? Shockwave not doing too well. Yeah. Clear Vision, a little bit easy to poke on this one, as Max brought up. But I was assuming if I didn't do it, Kalaris would have.
That's right.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks. No, I don't want to say anything on that. So no. Can we move? No.
We can talk about Unicorns of Love. Yeah, they got plenty of eliminations in this game. No surprise, realistically, considering, you know, they were given the Kalaris blessing at the beginning of this. And they will be Clear Vision in today's games in terms of points gained, most importantly. But actually, it wasn't an easy circle for them when you look at how they were able to play this out and taking some eliminations, moving on forwards. So if they do get a better circle, I expect them to be winning the entire game.
I was looking at Max while we started to talk about this, and it's smiling, but I can see tears just growing.
It's like
inside.
The mask in front is like, yeah, no, I'm crying inside. Yeah, definitely.
Well, let's take a little bit of a closer look to TJB, right? Maybe their player stats in this last match here, and see if it was just GK first, or if it was GK first and Co able to step up. And, well, there you go. It's GK first.
Yeah, GK First has always been the one popping off. I think in League Play was one of the top fraggers in League Play 2, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was up there with Victor and another player, so he is still up there as the main top fragger for the team. But we have seen a little bit more presence from Lengs and Langs in particular. We had a few questions as to what they'll bring to the team in particular, right? And they've been helping set up GK First a little bit. This game in particular, the stats maybe not as impressive as you would expect, but it's good to see GK First still on top, because he's a player that we expected to be up there, and he's been able to perform here once again.
Proper blasting. I'm very impressed to see this come out from him. I mean, there were a lot of moments where we were like, as you say, where is he? But this is the GK First we remember.
Yeah, I was exactly going to say that. This is us reminiscing about the GK First we saw when they came out to the circuit as Panda last year in the first season of the year as well. Like, he was the one just blasting, and everyone else, we were actually kind of wondering, like, why is no one else helping him or stepping up? But I mean, to be fair, obviously he can't perform like that without some help from his team. But fantastic to see. And again, it's like, this is the TJB we've been talking about, and I'm happy that we finally got to see them, considering we've been talking about them so often. I feel like people who haven't recognized them before had no clue. You know,
Yeah.
we thought we were talking smack, you know. But here it is, finally able to step up here. But not only them, though, to be completely honest, we've had a couple players step up from some different teams. Looking over at Big Camp, usually you look at Mihi as the one to stand up, the pair boy of Western Europe. He's been coined by a couple of people. And this time it was Swave.
That was another one. Continue.
I think you've turned into Mario slowly. I don't know, man. It's just we're getting to that point. Yeah, Suave is going to be able to be up there this time around for this game. He was really taking control on the northern side, though, taking a fight. I think it was Eastern Stars. He also versus Gamelord. He just pushed in the open at one point, but versus the last player of Gamelord, he was feeling confident in this game. And we talked so many times about Beast, about Mihi this tournament. It's good to see another player. Of course, Mazzara is always going to be able to remain consistent and on top. But Swave, I think, is the player that maybe had a little bit of a slower start coming into this. So this shows the confidence from Swave that I expected.
Yeah.
He's a very experienced player. Was Team Umbra back in the days also. So this is the Swave that I expected also to see into this. And man, I have the impression that, like on the same level of Gamelord, every player can perform. We got the same thing on Big right now, I have the impression.
Yeah, a little bit of a shame for him that obviously like his position was so predictable towards the end. You just get mollied out, right? There's not much you can do about that. And also, just as an aside, Jason, if we get another 1k damage from a player, I'll give you my famous womp noise live on stream. What about that?
Oh.
Womp noise?
You know the never mind. I'm good at it.
Max, do you know what he's talking about?
Yeah, it's
He
worth
knows.
it. I'll tell
He
you.
knows.
I do know.
There you go.
Okay. Well, anyways, moving on from that one. What about Gamelord, right? We've been talking about them. They're not fielding Victor at all here in the Super Weekend. I know Blank called them out yesterday, and then they had an amazing game. And actually, the player that we saw with generally like the lowest stats on the team is the one carrying the team in this one, Spicy. Look at that. 770 damage done, 5 eliminations, 5 knockouts as well. It's fantastic to see that, again, like anyone on this team can step up and put up the big numbers.
Yeah, and they had some great rotations on this game too, right? Because they're a team that normally are not going to be playing the northern side. They took a very early rotation away from Yazanai Poliana, trying to take control, and they know where Big play. They know that Big like to rotate in the northern circles a little bit early away from Severny. There's always going to be a little bit of a high ground positions right north of where they play. So they just took that position super early on, remain in the crash site, and because of that, had an easy entry point to the late game and then played from that position really well. Of course, there was Swave that played extremely well to eliminate the rest of Gamelord, so props to Swave. But Gamelord have got the good macro, they got the good micro. They're literally the best of both worlds right now.
Yeah, we had a proper little brawl going on, right? In this game, you've got GK first. He gets himself 5 eliminations. He's like, I'm the best. And then we have Swave getting himself 5 eliminations. No, I'm the best. And then you get over to Gamelord, Spicy, 5 eliminations. No, I'm the best. So yeah, we had a lot of really great standout performances here from this game one to start the day off right.
Yeah, and this gets me really excited for the day, actually. Well, with the hopes that it's going to continue like this, to be completely honest. Let's take a look at the scheduler really quickly, remind you guys what's coming up. We got Miramar coming up next, followed by Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel once again. And for you all at home who have been wondering, how can I improve when it comes to Miramar? Luckily for us, John Allen is going to walk you through what you can do to improve and what you got to watch out for.
Hated by newbies but cherished by pros, our overall perception of Miramar hasn't changed over the years. Set in the heart of the desert, the hilly and uneven terrains make travelling around this map using vehicles a difficult task. Furthermore, the open fields and steep hills turn into a valley of death for any survivor who dares to cover the lands on foot. And the job is even more grueling when you have more land to cover. Miramar is 8x8 in size, just like Erangel, but has way more land area compared to Erangel. The loot is not very satisfying either, which makes dropping into the big cities a must. To avoid drop clashes, players can try cities like Los Leones, which are so massive that they can easily fit in 2 or 3 squads who can loot specific parts without any violence. Miramar's large open areas leave fewer chances of getting ambushed, but when you need to rotate, you will hardly make it without your teammates getting blown off in vehicles. All the cities in Miramar are connected through highways. These can save you from the trouble of getting caught by opposing crosshairs while your vehicle is rolling down a ridge.
Boom! Takes out the tire, and he is absolutely wrecked.
Nevertheless, flawless rotations according to the zone shifts are a must to capture vantage points in high ground areas, like the Picado Hill, Junkyard Hill, and the Church High Ground outside Chumacera. In Miramar, giving up these eagle eye points is suicide. Also, remember to choose the buggy over any other vehicle you come across. While these are some of the more preferred places, there are some sweaty, infamous hot drops that even the pros hesitate to go in. The red building beside Picado Arena, for example. We won't suggest a blind rush here, as this place has like 1,000 different corners where enemies can camp. Apart from all of these, there are a lot more tricks to learn and secrets to explore about Miramar. Tell us what you find fascinating about Miramar in the comments below. Here we go into Miramar, into the deserts. We are going to be getting into game very, very soon as we kick off the day's second game of proceedings. A little bit of return to normalcy in that first game from what we were looking at, what we were expecting really from this lobby.
Not only was it a return to normalcy, but I think it was just that evolution of a few teams really finding their feet and finding their form within this PMPL, right? We're 2 weeks in, it should be expected, but it's always a joy to see TJB. I kind of said it in the first week that I would, I knew what they were doing and I had faith in what they were kind of building in terms of things. And Unicorns Love, I know it's only one game, but I do see the improvement. Yesterday, I said to you last week, John, that Unicorns Love in week 2 will be their kind of time to where they'll find their form, they'll find the momentum, and it's looking that way.
You did say that. I remember it happening. Almost like it was last week. But we're going to be getting into the plane path from northeast El Azahar down to Los Higos in the southwest side. And as you can see, Rescue still on the precipice. 4 Romanian boys yet to jump up on over. Vamos still yet to do the same.
It's looking very close, though. 4 Romanian boys, 41 points. They have an average of 6.8 per game. So they're nearly double what Rescue had after 15 games. Vamos, they're on 5.8. And not only should Rescue be worried, Shockwave should be worried, John. They're on a total of 77 points, but that's in 21 matches. That's only 3.66 per game. If they keep on going the way they're going and not getting the results, 0-pointers, 1-pointers, 3-pointers, 4 Romanian boys and Vamos could well be on target to overtake them after the second Super Weekend.
That's true. It's true. They really would need to get into that third Super Weekend unless they can pull their socks up for the remainder of the games this week to try and get a bunch of points to give them that buffer to play with. Circle pops down south. It's not super punishing. I feel like, especially with the direction of the plane path, teams in the north will have a little bit more time to gather themselves to push back down south.
There's less cleaner entry points swinging through the western side from the north than there is from the east. So I do look at it as a little bit of a trickier entry point for both Penta and Shockwave. They can go straight down south, but you're going where a lot of teams like to loot. FTY, Gamelord, Swat 69, even Unicorns Love to an extent. So I expect the likes of Penta and Shockwave to wait until phase 2 to pop up. But you're right, overall, the phase 1 does complement the plane path. It's nice to see a little bit of the Southern Island in play. I don't want to jinx it too much, but I certainly would love to see a Los Eagles finish.
Well, maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll get it, you know? Maybe that and an Oasis finish, one after the other. That's the dream Miramar day, you know? When it comes to Miramar week, that's what you want to see.
The Oasis finish I regard as probably trickier than a South Island. I know technically South Island is rough because you only have 2, max 3 entry points, but the Oasis area up on the north, I know it's not inside this phase 1, it's just ridiculously hard to control. You can have teams that swing around you from behind, and again, it's a relatively unplayed area of the map, so there's really not too much familiarity. What we do have familiar is a Gamelord looting up in San Martin. They're on the northern edge of the circle. I expect them to play up to the Picado Hill, so Real Tigers and I need to be somewhat aware of that. And although they're split right now between Power Grid and a couple of buildings down south, I think they should look to gather themselves up a little bit earlier into this phase 1, because there's a bit of an opportunity for them to not directly suppress Gamelord, but I would argue possibly even Swat 69, but at least create a bit of strong area for themselves on this Picado Hill.
For Romanian Men, the only team in Los Leones right now on the western peak of it. Lin down the hill from Tudor for Romanian Boys. And I think he's going to spot him out. Does Lin get away from that?
Yeah.
Of course he doesn't. There's no way.
I can't lie, I don't even know why Lin is there. The rest of his team is between Valdemar, Minas, Deval. That's like a ridiculously big split and an unneeded split when you look at the playing path and you look at the phase 1 circle. Yeah, okay, you can't always predict the team is going to be around you. With the percentage, with the risk, it was never going to be worth it too much for TJB.
Nevertheless, they lose a player earlier on. Lin will be going down. So TJB may be struggling to bring back that performance from the first game. We'll have to wait and see what they can do with 3 on the southwest side of this circle. Vamos, at the moment, again, another team pretty low down on those tables. Their first Super Weekend entry. They've had 1 or 2 shining moments, but they need more than that to stick their landing into the finals.
It's really the volatility from Vamos that's a little bit hurting them. Yesterday they had a 19-point game, but in between that there was 2 0-pointers, and then they had an 8 and a 6. The 8 and the 6 I'm totally okay with, not only because there was the 8-pointer in Sanhok, so you take those, but even the 6-pointer, again, you're never going to have a win go your way or double-digit result go your way. So that's why I focus more on the 2 0-pointer games. They're essentially wasted games, right, John? And having 1 in a day, I think is somewhat acceptable, but having more than 1, having 2, especially when Vamos are coming into a Super Weekend where they are needing to grab every single point that they can. I know they're looking better than Rescue and Shockwave at the moment, but it's still something where they can't let those 0-pointers come into the fold too much more over the Super Weekend.
And of course, their first game of the day, they only got 2 points so far in that first game over in Erangel. So it's not a good start on that front. Hopefully, going to be able to post a couple more. It's the sort of volatility that you need to have higher highs to sort of assuage, right? I don't mind teams that go down a little bit earlier, especially playing in longer sets, as long as on the games where they don't, they get into those top 3 consistently, right? That's really what a volatile team needs to be able to accomplish, and we're not seeing that from Vamos just yet. It is, to be fair, the best teams in Europe. It's not as easy as maybe it would seem.
Oh, God, no. God, no. It's always so much more difficult than we can describe because we're not in the game, right? And it's a little bit presumptuous for us to just kind of automatically say, hey, you know, it should be easy peasy lemon squeezy. But at the end of the day, if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best to an extent. Big, they switched up their drop slot, it seems, permanently to Chumacera, which I think is a big plus, not only for this specific game, but just in general. Allows them to loot up a little bit closer to each other, allows them to have much better entry points into these circles for the most part. It's a lot of high ground around that Chumacera area. They're able to get some good information with it.
Shots traded between the 4 Romanian teams. Both of them on opposing hillsides, just suppressing those ridge lines. Very central in this next circle, controlling a nice bit of area. Mango going to face off against 2 players from Super Young roster now. Nades being thrown on out around the sides of this building. Tam Tam a little bit slower, but Alendo's out wide. Might be able to get Mango caught. Squeeze it out for the juice. 4 players for Real Tigers 9 so far, still alive. But Mango looking at risk now as a nade finds the damage. Excellent found there for Alendo and pushes onto it as well. Wants to spray, doesn't have the full push through, doesn't get out the building. And look at this, Real Tigers 9, they're responding now.
This is the second game in a row where Mango is being on his own and the rest of the team either haven't really been too close by or weren't really responding. I still think it's a slow response for Real Tigers 9, but then again, it wasn't really the quickest push from Super Young roster on the Mango. Maybe they didn't know it was just one player on his own and they were a little bit cautious to push it. Tam looking to respond, superior roster down to 3. This is what I talked about though with Real Tigers 9. I know it's not the team that I maybe expected it to happen to, but when you land and you're in a really core position where you know you're gonna have teams rotating around you, you gotta be a little bit better prepared for that. Real Tigers 9 have recovered, but it shouldn't have been the case of losing a player, in my opinion.
Yeah, they do lose Mango. He nearly got across the road there, but was shut down in the end. On the northwest side of this next circle as it pops, it's going closer to Los Leones. So maybe the 4 Romanian men going to head back on in there and take control of their hometown. Clear visions on the south side, quite heavily spread now.
And I understand why Real Tiger 9 isn't looking to really disengage, because there's no clean entry point into a deeper position of phase 2 at the moment, because if they head towards Picado, it's really not a good place to rotate around at this stage of the game. If they go down south, I think they know that there's most likely going to be teams, so sticking right now to take this fight is actually the most optimal position. They're hoping that if anything, Super Young roster will disengage, and that does seem to be the case, but it's not looking good for Eastern Stars. They Shockwave rocking around, and Terminus looking to play in on the smoke.
The first goes down, though, and Athis is still standing. The spray on the corner's good for Terminus to find the 1-for-1, but
Nice.
Doran's still there, finds that trade yet again. Athis needs to be careful, and there can be shots coming through across the way. Kapahala on an angle, Octavian as well. Not really going to have too much to do. Doran needs to stay alive here for the Eastern Stars to give them an anchor point. Tiger is now the last standing for Shockwave as Terminus did fall. Kapahala moves in. Both the players for the Eastern Stars are down on the outside now. Tiger wants to put this nade down, put it in Kapahala's face. Needs to cook it right, but there's the burn. Sends it out wide. The nade not going to get the damage in, but the flushes onto the Eastern Stars players are there.
It's a 2v2. This is very tricky of an area to push in for Eastern Stars. I actually don't see them winning this. I get that Octavian is great as an anchor point, but if Kapahala wants to push inside, which it looks like he wants to do, Octavian needs to be much closer to him. Seiko is able to support Tigers quite nicely because he knows that Tigers is able to scale back. And I think Kapahala right now is locked down because if he tries to disengage, he'll be in a bit of a pressurized situation against Tigers.
Tigers still holding that line, holding that front. The Blue Zone's going to keep on shrinking away from them. I mean, this exit from Impala not really going so smoothly. 2 players on either team. Both of them with 2 eliminations, having taken out half of the opposing forces. Tigers still holding down on the inside.
On another side of the circle, on a side note, Big went actually up north on the low ground outside of the circle and engage on Real Tigers 9. I don't know if that was an informative move that they just want to get these early elimination points on the edge of the circle, but either way they've capitalized, and I don't hold that against Real Tigers 9 because I wouldn't have expected that fully in terms of a team pushing to you from the high ground side, but it leaves them down to just Hardman on his own. A bit of a stalemate in this fight. None of these teams are really winning this because as you get into phase 3, not only will they be pretty far away from the circles as it shifts massively over to the west, but that blue zone damage will start to tick a bit more heavily.
That's tricky. That is tricky. Goodness me. Big are going to be a little bit happier about it, sure. On the northern side, clearing out the teams around them. That's Real Tigers 9 going down. Difficult rotation paths. I mean, you can potentially go straight through Los Leones. I'm looking at Unicorns and Love position and thinking they probably have the most decisions to make right now. The teams further on the outside, Vamos, Eastern Stars and Shockwave, what's left of them, they kind of don't really have too many options. They've just got to go in after this fight. But Unicorns and Love, I think, have a lot of choices to make here.
Yeah, in the past, it's crazy how the meta has shifted within just the PUBG Mobile strategy and the competitiveness. In the past, I would have been like, no, don't go anywhere near Los Leones. You swing around, you don't want to go through the city. But as we've seen the competitiveness develop and understanding that teams are able to make a bit of a central push through Los Leones on this kind of circle especially, yes, very acceptable for Unicorns Love. They've opted to go a little bit more on the south side, still within the city, but they're going to have 4 Romanian men in front of them.
They will have that barrier to entry, but 4 Romanian men are just keeping on pushing in, so that barrier is moving as they move as well. So at 69, they've had a player knocked there. Penta have the bead. This is on the outskirts of Los Leones, just on the northwestern peak of it. And they don't really want to go for these crashes. So knocks are good, but I don't imagine that we're going to see full flushes coming through from most of these teams. Unicorns, actually, I think if they spotted a 4 Romanian men player at the back and they managed to get a knock.
Yeah, 4 Romanian men not watching their backs. Some poor play from 4 Romanian men. I noted that while you were talking, one of the 4 Romanian men players were pushing a little bit deeper into the edge of Los Leones, essentially away from the eastern side. And yeah, you don't automatically expect it to happen, but you got to presume that that could easily be possible on such a hard shift from phase 2 to phase 3. So they kind of deserve to lose a player because of that, and good opportunistic play from Unicorns of Love. What I noted as well from Penta getting those shots on the Swat 69 is this is a product of the improvements of Penta. Not only are they being closer together and they're rotating more smoothly, but they're not afraid to take those shots to create that suppression around them.
Gamelord taking on FTY and winning out the fight on the northern side, clearing out a little bit of land for themselves. They can push a little bit further down south, and now they have the long-range fight with Penta on their position.
I don't know if FTY are trying different strategies or doing something because they feel they have a good bit of security in the Super Weekend's position for the finals. If that's the case, and I'm going to look to try and confirm, then fair enough. But if it's not, then they need to really think about what they're doing, because it hasn't gone right in the first 2 games. They positioned and rotated terribly in these first 2 games.
They have not had the best of times here. Octavian down, just Kapahala for the Eastern Stars, and this is further to the north of Gamelord even still. Shockwave eliminated by the zone. I think that might have been an unfortunate turn of events and a vehicle accident there. And Kapahala will keep on trucking. 4 first aids and a little bit of time to play with. Gamelord getting suppressed, and they'll have to move further south.
Unless Kapahala is able to stick to a main road, it's going to be Goose Foreman as the last player for Eastern Stars. Those first aids will have to be utilized pretty quickly. Clear vision, full squad, led by the man, the myth, the legend, the yellow polo, turtleneck wearing player of Hamoni. They're putting pressure on the TJB.
The guy's been a wrecking ball for the squad, absolutely, but have to wait and see what more they can do here. TJB not having the best of starts to the game. Still 3 players alive, though. And on the southwest side, just on the boundary of the Chumasara Hills, clear visions as well. Pretty close by, trying to stop the approach from 4 Romanian men, but they're not going to be able to do so. Unicorns of Love now on the southeast have a road to cross in the near future.
They can stay where they are, and I actually understand if they do, you might look at it and go, oh, you're on the smaller side of the road by the circle, you should look to cross now. But no, teams aren't really going to be focusing on that side of the road, in my opinion, because it is a smaller side. Super Young roster pushed into Penta, but it seems like it hasn't really gone their way. Halls is able to get a first aid off. The vehicle's already blown up. Hamodi's going in. He didn't watch his back. He ran away and he paid the price.
Goodness me. All right, Amodi looking to take on the rest of Penta as well, but will not be able to stand that test, unfortunately. Penta will take down Super Young roster. Holes is down and will be rezzed here, but they have to move soon.
Quite flat in front. Gamelord, Narvello, a little bit more up north. Your 4 Romanian boys as a 4-man spread. Eastern Stars do go down. I kind of so happened. Nearly got to the edge of the circle, I might add. It was actually Gamelord that took him out, so credit where it's due. He put up a hell of a fight to try and make it in, but it was never going to be easy for him. Those are some great little single fire shots on the M249 from Fury.
Just suppressing Penta's position, trying to cut off their options. For Romanian Boys need to hold off Gamelord now, though, as well. And having Penta's attention, you might not be too happy about it. Two teams at once can be pretty tricky at the best of times. But when it's Gamelord involved, it just makes that scale factor go up and up and up. Swat69, though, might have their attention turned away from Penta. Moved that away as Gamelord actually spiking out to the sides, holding out to the front. It's going to be even more tricky now for Penta.
This is what I love about Romanian Boys. They recognize that very quickly, and although they still have Keme on the high ground on his own, that 3-1 split is absolutely perfect. Look at what Keme is able to do. Information not only outside the circle, but inside the circle. Picks up the elimination point onto Coca Boy. Yes, the circle shifts. It centralizes. Uva Road split down the middle, so it's not going to be easy for Romanian Boys to deal with. But they can disengage away from the buildings, get into the edge of the circle, allow Gamelord and Penta to fight each other out of it.
They do have some of the best high ground in the, well, so on the edge of this next circle. Kim is spotted. Spicy looks for the spray, but he fades back into the smoke. Ethereal will not be touched by it. Completely evades the second spray of Spicy, not quite having the info there. Navarro, in the meantime, has gone down. Kimmy does finally get spotted, but it's clear visions to do so from all the way on the south side of the circle.
That is a product of being on the high ground, right? It's a great position, but it does put you at risk. It puts you in a bit of an exposed area of the map. You are going to have to use a bit more utility if you're Romanian Boys. Smokes, maybe some hard cover of Eagles if you have.
In come Penta. They roll up to the high ground now, and Romanian Boys gonna have to figure out how to hold it. Kimmy will spot this buggy, see it go back behind. Holes goes low, and actually Holes goes down, hits the floor a little too hard on the careening buggy over the terrain here in Miramar. Not easy. And that's good news for Romanian Boys, but Lau goes down on the back, and that's more bad news for them. Gamelord might look to push their assault now.
We look at Gamelord and what they were doing, right? They were like, okay, we're going to start something, then we'll disengage. It's what they've done throughout this PMPL. They'll get involved, but then they'll scale back and just let the madness unfold around them, and then they'll pick up the pieces. It's what they're trying to do right now. Romanian Boys holding on for dear life.
Gamelord is starting the push. They might be able to get this revive. Penta is starting their push as well. Need to hold off, need to pop those nades in, need to keep that suppression going as Gamelord starts to mount up. Akashi really looking to be the first face here, but keeping it out wide, keeping it reserved. They have that option to scale back. KMA takes some damage. They know where one of these players is now. Will know that he's going to have to fall back, pop some bandages because there's no first aids to be found.
Yeah, they've been under a lot of pressure for Romanian Boys. Make note of it, and Tudor gets knocked.
Trazen moves into the off angle, and Keme goes down yet again to Spicy on the nades. And it's beautiful rotations from Gamelord, but there's more to do. Penta still in this fight as the middle meat of the sandwich gets taken down. Penta looking to push up with 3. Duos, Holes, Manu looking to hold off, but Gamelord need to move south, and nothing has stopped them so far.
Either side of the sandwich, just a bread left. It's carb heavy, but it's also bullet heavy as Trazen gets a pick up onto Manu.
Holes last standing now for Penta. Unicorns of Love have been struggling in this traffic jam, but with Penta being taken out of the mix, they might have a chance to get some reses on board. They're right next door to Clear Visions, and it is not easy by any stretch.
Unicorn's Love went towards Clear Vision, and Clear Vision have the comfort of the building in the previous circle, were able to at least put a lot of pressure on them. Big still alive. They have Mihi on the other side of the road, and the 3 players are now looking to push on forward and maybe put a good bit of pressure onto Gamelord.
Oh, Elicio, you need to get out of the zone. No! Restov dips back for the buggy, but that's going to spell disaster. Unicorns of Love caught up in a tricky spot there. Clear Visions might look at a jump out to, is that get the buggy? It's a big risk with Gamelord on the bead, but Narvalo's going down. The reposition needs to come through. Big in one of the better spots now as Giants on the south side have the other chunk of it.
Clear Vision able to use the pressure that Gamelord have been put under to make it into the northern edge of the circle. Beast got Shockwave is there to get the revive. Mazzaro joins up with Mihi on the southern side of the road, knowing that they need to try and clear this. All the while, Giants Gaming, John, still a 3-person team, and they have the southern control.
Nano, Ulysses, Pocus, but Pocus goes down as Mihi finds the shots. Doesn't spot Ulysses quite there, knows the sniper shots coming in, but it can go big with 2 players in the buggy to move forwards for this flush. Ulysses, Nano trying to reposition to get this suppression on the ridgeline, and they'll find it. Push Swat back, but Pocus not going to survive here.
Gamelord yet to be dealt with. Penta yet to be dealt with. Clear Vision yet to be dealt with. All of these could have a big impact on Big's chance to take the chicken dinner.
There was a big green gun at the back there. I saw that in Ulysses' hands. Need to watch out for those heads. That's going to be 1. Ulysses goes down. Unfortunately, Clear Visions find that shot. And they might just be able to get the flush here if you're big or if you're on the ball. We're not really looking for it. Gamelord still have a player. Akashi in the smoke. 3 players from Clear Visions moving forwards. UMP in hand. Needs to land every single shot, but it's just not going to happen. I don't think you can make it happen. 1 knock goes through, and Clear Visions keep all 4 alive. Big with the other side of it. Sweep out Giants.
Oh no, it's a little bit unfortunate for Clear Vision that Big did sweep out Giants in the exact same time as Clear Vision cleared out Gamelord. If it had been a little bit later, Clear Vision would have been able to an extent, get the revives, maybe just pushing across the road. The circle is still in, to an extent, the favor of Clear Vision, but the low ground and Big are pushing.
Oh, they're going straight across. Suave is down first. Beast is low. Mihi needs to come up big. He's done it before. Will he do it again? There's the first nade. Gets a second knock as well. Mihi's on a tear, and when he gets rolling, we know there's not a lot in this world that can stop him. Mihi looks for more. Samo, last standing, has Mazzaro at the back, and it's Mihi to clear out the Visions, and they will take them down on Miramar. Big reigns supreme.
I was definitely caught off guard with how quick Big pushed that final fight. The intuition, they didn't want Clear Vision to get the revives, to get the reset, and that was excellently executed by Big in the final moments of that game. They were looking to see if there was an opportunity to maybe get involved with the Gamelord Clear Vision fight, but when they recognized that the circle had kind of shifted down south, that the south side was really a good viable area to lock down, that's when they refocused their attention, took down Giants, and from there it became just a little bit easier.
Absolutely. 9 eliminations on the game. They played it all with 4 players alive. Very effective. They were thinking ahead, making sure that they had those advantages. This is a top team. This is what we're expecting. This is what we are seeing as well from Big. The question is, where are they going to be able to get to on those tables? Are they going to be able to push all the way up towards the top to challenge out the likes of Gamelord? Because there is still a massive gap.
And that's why I would like to possibly see some of the subs from Big pop into these games, because they've played every single game with the same 4 players, and on one hand I kind of look at that and go, yeah, of course you're fine-tuning your roster, but on the other hand I see what Gamelord are doing and I go, yeah, okay, I'm massively impressed. Also impressed with Samo from Clear Vision. It's not Hamodi this time with the highest damage of the game. It's good to see at least a bit of a sign of more than one other player, Clear Vision, stepping up to the task.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what it's what they needed, right? It's what they needed. And a second place finish, good news for Clear Vision's team. They gonna sweep up a whole bunch of points. Gamelord, even I didn't track if they went 3rd or in 4th, but it was very close either way. And they'll still put a lot of points on the boards for this game, even though they didn't really have that sort of a massive impact. But it is big to take the chicken dinner. We're going to head to a break.
PUBG Mobile 4th anniversary event is still going on at the moment. I'm just testing you out there if you could read lips, and well, some of you out there definitely could. Max, definitely in particular, I know he can do that extremely well, just like he might have an extremely well chance at winning 100,000 euros in prize, not to mention limited edition iPhone 13. Just gotta head over to PUBGM4thDimension.com. All right, last match. What a game. What a game indeed. We've had, again, the big teams. What's funny, Max?
No, so what? No, that's the analysis that we want.
What a
I
game.
don't know. Yeah, what a game.
All right,
That was
okay.
a good game.
You know, we're having the teams that we expect to be the kings of PMPL stepping up and doing what they should be doing, which is very important. Let's take a look at the match rankings, though, from this one, and we can see here, big 24 points in clear vision as well. It seems like, Max, when you don't mention them, they perform.
I don't like that. I tried a theory also, which was to not mention too much Gamelord the entirety of this tournament, and it's worked out great for them compared to last season. So I don't know what to tell you, but it is nice to see Clear Vision actually end up not only getting himself a really good finish here, taking second place, but also eliminating Unicorns of Love. So I felt salvation after that game. But man, big, as you said, 9 eliminations this game. They're already on 20 eliminations throughout all of today in 2 matches alone. That is mental for Big. So I mean, they're going here not only to try and remain in that top 3, they want to potentially close that gap with Gamelord at the top. Then there's a chance that that might happen here.
Okay, Cloris.
What shall I break down? What shall we talk about? I think it's impressive that some of the teams that were able to get themselves the amount of eliminations that they did, and also kind of find their way through the muddled situation that they did well. The circle was centering on this road. It can be so difficult to try and find yourself eliminations in those moments, or even just kind of a semblance of keeping all 4 alive in those moments. But Big did a really good job of doing so. And then, you know what? Hands down, Clear Vision.
Yes.
Yeah, good job, man.
Well, also Penta getting themselves 12 points. Remember, they were a top scorer yesterday, which was really nice to see. They can carry some momentum over. And Shockwave getting that very early fight up against Eastern Stars. Wasn't too fortunate for them. They had things set up, but couldn't knock things down. And we can see down the list here, FTY again, another 0-point match. Real Tigers 9UK 1 point after their back-to-back chicken dinners yesterday. Don't know what's going on, Max. It just seems to be a rough time for some teams. Like, I don't know how to break it down or analyze it.
It's the huge drop-off for FTY and Super Young roster. I do not know what's been really happening on their side. One thing that I have the impression I've seen, though, for FTY is they were, in the first week, seemingly pretty aggressive, right? They were going for the fight, they were getting some eliminations, squad wiping a few teams. It was looking really good, and I do not see that pizzazz anymore from them. They're just trying to play edge, trying to play some strong positions, and they just don't try and go for breaches anymore. At least I don't have the impression that's what they're trying to go around. Seems like they changed their playstyle a little bit, and it's just not working for them right now. So for FTY in particular, it is a big surprise because they're not bringing in the eliminations anymore, and it's a big L they're taking today.
And I really wonder, like, because Colaris, you have extensive experience when it comes to mobile, obviously extensive experience when it comes to other battlegrounds. Like, what do you chalk up this inconsistency to? Is it just a lot of factors of like zones and the shifts and stuff like that? Is it maybe just some teams just can't hit that level of consistency when it comes to battlegrounds? I mean, I know RNG does play a major factor in it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, you have to look at how teams are reacting to circles and stuff like that. You can get around dealing with kind of circle differences, right? Like, if, for example, adjusting your rotations to say, okay, realistically, we might not have the best loot right now, however the circle's far away from us, let's rotate a minute or 2 earlier than we normally do, and things like that, right? Like, just these micro changes in usual strats can kind of smooth out the curve for you, as opposed to having it so kind of chaotic. And I think a lot of teams don't kind of approach it like that. I think they kind of just stick to their rotations, stick to, okay, we've got everything we need to do, we're going to be rotating at the 4-minute mark, things like that. But if you just tweak it, yeah, you can find a way.
Okay, well, let's take a look at Big, though. Having a huge step up today. We saw that Swave was the one to do it in the last match, or in match 1, and you can see here back to more of an even standings across the team here. I mean, Mihi, B, Swave, all around the same amount of damage.
He was not having it. Swave in the top level of that last game, he was not having it at all. But only 474 damage and 7 eliminations. I think there's a bit of a elimination still happening right here.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. That's you look at me here and you're like, wow, 7 eliminations, fantastic. But you have to really consider everything else that's gone on between this group, right? Clearly, Swave and Mazzaro were really contributing whilst these eliminations were happening, and Mihi was kind of rounding things out. This very much so looks like a very decent team effort here from Big, not just Mihi popping off.
I thought Mihi was just James Woodsing it from Family Guy. You know, he's walking up behind his team, he's fighting. He's like, ooh, piece of candy. Except, ooh, it's in a limb. Ooh, another limb. Ooh, another limb. Just picks it up off the floor. Well, luckily for all of you guys out there and for you guys on the desk, I had a chance to sit down and talk with Mihi. So let's actually take a listen in as I got to sit down, chat with him about the Super Weekend, chat with him about the overall tournament. We'll be back in just a second. Hey everyone, it's Jason Kaplan, your host for PMPL Western Europe, and I've been graced by the god that is Mihi here coming in from Big. And I have to say, first of all, thank you for joining me for this one. But I'm going to start things off, since this is a very quick interview, just asking you, what was your guys' preparation like coming into this event?
Since we had a good start in the last PMPL in the league stage, where we got first and we kind of choked the final with the 12th place, we wanted to do some changes. Because after the PMPL, we won the Star Challenge. And the reason, I think, was that we were way too focused on the placement points and way too focused to make chickens. Because in the league stage, we just played normally. And in the final, everyone was talking to us, you have less chickens in the league stage, you should do more, you should be focused more on the placement. That, I would say, that kind of destroyed our mindset about our game style. And that's why the final didn't went how we want.
Okay. I mean, I think we've seen in this first 2 days of play, right, that you guys are super heavily focused on getting these eliminations in, and you're doing it really well. At the end of the first day, you guys were 5th overall in the limbs, but 12th place overall. Are you kind of happy then with how these first 2 days played out in terms of your game plan?
Yes, we are happy about that, because I think it's always like that in a major tournament that we play. We have a slowly start, and then at the end, we're going up in the scoreboard because of our consistency.
Actually, we've been saying this on the desk, is that, like, we don't care about the fact that you guys haven't gotten placements, because kills are, like, the mechanical skill required and the confidence you gain from that is easy, and we know you guys can do placements.
Yes, so our plan is kind of to compare the rounds where we're making 0 points because of any reason with the kill points. For example, if we don't have a chance to enter the zone, for example, the last match of the second match day, there we had 0 kills and we wasn't able to enter the zone, so we end up with almost 0 points. So we're kind of trying to compare that when we're doing in the early game and in the mid game a lot of kills. So if we die early, we don't end up with less than 5 points.
Just a little bit of shameless self-promotion here. If you actually are curious to find out some more interviews, which actually we have one, we actually have 2 more besides that. You can hit me up over on Instagram at jkaplan with a 1 instead of an L, and you can actually check them out yourself. We got Pocus in there, which is actually a really good interview. So make sure to check all of them out. Anyways, to move on past this one and promoting myself and hopefully getting myself more than 5 followers, let's talk about Clear Vision. Max, you talked about him in game 1 before it started, didn't do so well, and then of course the delayed blessing out of Max comes true here with a massive game out of them in game 2.
I don't know if I would say the delayed blessing or just when I don't talk about them, they do well. I don't know. One or the other. Yeah, it's probably that one. It's probably the second one, unfortunately, for me. But it's good to see. And just like Big, as you mentioned, Kalasi was more of a team effort despite the pop-off that we saw from Miki. This time, it is a team effort from Clear Vision, not just Modi, which we did criticize at the start of the show. We want to see the rest of the team make it to the late game. Sure, it's not chicken dinner. This is second place, and definitely a second place that I'm a lot happy to see from Clear Vision Esports as a whole. And you can see 4 eliminations for Harpy, Sam and Homodi game 3 also. I still want to see more from Vindex. Okay, I'll have to be 100% honest. I think Vindex is the player that I'm still haven't seen enough of, but as a whole, if we can see more of this in particular, clear vision, podium, 100% possible.
Agree? Disagree, Forrest?
Well, I ended the previous segment with saying that Vindex yesterday had 9 eliminations. So if that's not what you want, Max, you know, all of them have done pretty well for themselves in this past 2 days. But no, you want more. That's all right.
Yes.
All right, well, let's take a look at the schedule. And we have more matches at least happening today. We got Erangel coming up next as our match of number 3, third match of the day. Sanhok at Erangel once again. I cannot wait till we get to match 4, actually, considering what we've seen in the past. We've got to wait a little bit of time, but not too long, because we're going to head over to our commentators to kick off match 3 right about now.
Oh, on the money. He was absolutely on point there, Blank.
That was really good.
Me. It's almost like Jason knows what's going on. It's magical, isn't it? It's magical.
Yeah, but I feel like he knew what was up. For some reason, I thought you were in a burgundy t-shirt earlier, but you've got a cheeky little outfit on here with the cashmere as well as a jacket on top. This is nice. I like this. I like this a lot here. And we're going to get to game. Obviously, we just come from 3 good-looking lads to 2 not so good-looking lads, sadly. But we'll be going straight to a good-looking map, at least on Erangel, and we'll pick up some more eliminations along the way for some of those teams like Clear Vision, possibly. Who knows? We'll see what happens. Hamodi currently still putting the team on his back just a little bit. But it has been an interesting day so far, and I like that interview with Big. You know, Mickey seems like a very down-to-earth, humble person, and that is probably exactly what you want from your main fragger, right? Someone that's gonna get those kills, but also not gonna come away with it and be like, oh yeah, I'm the best in the team, right?
Yeah, I mean, keeping yourself level-headed, absolutely a valuable skill. I mean, you saw in the background as well, right? Playing in their bootcamp house for Big. And I think that that's an incredible mark of professionalism, really, to see that sort of mentality, obviously, being supported by the organization around him as well. That's got to be absolutely phenomenal coming through for Mickey and for the rest of the Big roster. It's really good to see. So I'm hoping to see more big things from them.
Haha, very good. Yeah, enjoyed that.
That's all right. I'll do it again. I'm not sorry.
Okay, very good. You continue with your life. That's okay. I'll accept this. This is just a part of mine now that I too will have to accept. We do have a playing path coming down from Hospital all the way down to the very, very base edge of Milta Power. Most eliminations here on Erangel, still icy, 42. 3 ahead of Narvalo and also the man himself, Mickey. It's a very, very strange year. I think we were talking about, at least I was behind the scenes, how icy kind of puts Alicio to shame at the moment. I think we've come from such a long streak of being like, Alicio, best boy alive here in Europe. And then Ice comes along and is like, no, actually me now. So yeah, and it's kind of a wild card too. And I feel like Icy coming in here, you know, I think we've seen him in other European tournaments do extremely well and massively surprised me. I can't quite remember which team it was he was on that I was commentating, and it always felt like he was that last man alive that would literally turn things around massively for the team. So it's great to see, and I'm all for Icy being on Unicorns of Love, and that doesn't mean Alicio's bad by any means. It just means that Icy really is a standout on that team at the moment, and they need to kind of use him a bit more.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
myself there.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But I think that it's kind of interesting, right? This introduction of a new firecracker, right, into this roster. You kind of need to, whenever you're playing with that sort of a player, you do need to invest into playing with them, right? In terms of time, in terms of energy, in terms of being supportive of their play style, right? And maybe that's taking away a little bit from what the platform that Alicio stood tall on was. Right, so I mean, there's a lot of moving parts in the machine that is Unicorns of Love. I mean, they do have a new roster seemingly every 6 months, so maybe it's just moving around a little bit too much.
Cut that by 3, yeah.
Exactly.
It is a bit odd, isn't it? I hope that they do stick around with this roster they currently have. It has winning potential on it. I think you give them some more time, more resources, they'll do you proud, you know? I think Big has been a team that has seen some ups and downs throughout their tournament career, yet Big's not dropped them. They've just kept on developing that team. Look where they are now. I feel like they're a strong squad with strong synergy. You can see that just from the stats themselves. You've got teammates that work together, putting the numbers together. I mean, Mickey does take out home all the fame at the end of the day, but you know, fame for Mickey is fame for the whole team, and that's just how those things tend to happen. Vamos here in Watertown, typical position for them. Don't really move away from here too much. TJB experimenting with North George and South George split now. Come on, guys, no more splits. I liked it when you play together in North George. They can't help themselves, can they, John?
It's just they're just displeasing for you, aren't they? They hear what you say, they listen, and they think, you know what we could do to really annoy Blaine?
Yeah, we could do a split again.
Do a split. Just a little split.
Yeah, and then they'll go, oh, we like the 2-2 split. Do the 4.
Ooh, Reznov gets 4-man split apart there by Real Tigers 9. Not going to be happy to start things off. I know, it is pretty brutal. Real Tigers 9, they haven't had the best of starts to the day off their double chicken dinner yesterday. But you know what? Taking out Reznov, good start. Good start. We'll take it.
Yeah, fantastic start. Good start to the game there. Happy days for him. I think with Reznov, you're a little bit out of the way there. I think, to be honest, with Real Tigers 9, that's probably a read on Unicorns of Love. They've done this a fair few times now. Daddy heads up towards the northwest. Reznov heads towards his building. Pretty easy for Real Tigers 9 if they're watching the map. I mean, they're doing it to Daddy now. Like, it's the exact same buildings. Rock up on that spot. Don't let them do what they did last game, which is chase you down. Quickly remove 2 of their moving parts early on.
Do you think this is a strategy, like a strategy for Real Tigers 9, right? To look at teams and actively choose a team to screw with in each situation? Because it seems like today maybe other teams have adapted to that potentially, which is why they haven't found as much success, especially early on. But seemingly Unicorns didn't get the memo. Daddy going to fall down. I mean, it is interesting. I would have to go back and review the map feeds, but could potentially explain why Real Tigers 9 haven't had as much success today as they did yesterday.
I think this is a switch up on the fly, personally. I don't think this is a specific strat, but you know, if you play in this area as Real Tigers 9 off to the western side, and I think it was last Erangel, we saw Unicorns of Love get a knock onto Real Tigers 9. They tried to disengage, but Unicorns of Love chased them down. But Unicorns of Love's strategy for the longest time is send 2 to Lipovka, 1 down towards north side of prison, and then 1 to the mansion compound. And this time, it's very cool from Real Tigers 9 because they're like, well, we know exactly where your players are, and we will happily pick them off 1 by 1. I think the problem came in the fact that Real Tigers 9 rocked up at Reznov's door, knock knock, hello, it's Real Tigers 9, we've come for a limb point, please. And Daddy didn't immediately get the call from Reznov and be like, Real Tigers 9 are here. I'm pretty sure they know exactly where I am. And he was like, yeah, they have no idea where I'm at. I'm just going to stay here. This is the best decision ever. And now Unicorns of Love, unfortunately, down to 2 players.
Pretty early on. They're going to have to beat a hasty retreat from Lipovka, try and play a little bit sneakier, a little bit more reserved into these next circles. 16 teams remain, though. There's still a lot of ground that needs to be occupied to contain all of them. See who takes that tumble first. Penta leaving that military island. Going to be up on the North Island now, around that ferry pier bridge. That should be just fine. For Romanian Men, a very wide split over the Gatka fields right now, even with a player as far south as these players on our screen right now for Romanian Boys.
I do think that the way For Romanian Men play the Gatka split is typically better than TJB because they do coalesce much quicker phase 2 and play from there. I just think they've had some very weird rotations there forward, right? Like, they've been pushing through 2 teams they know are there, or just moving into spots which are already occupied with prior to no scouting. So I think that is the weird thing from For Romanian Men at the moment. I do like they get back together so quickly, but then they together do something a little bit silly. So I'm curious to see how they do play this game out, because they've had a fair few trial runs now on Erangel, right? At least on this super weekend. So surely something is starting to click for them. Be like, maybe we should do this, maybe we should do that. And it's been mostly western circles, either up towards the north or down towards the south. So they have to figure something out. Figure it out soon, at least.
I mean, it's not the sort of place you want things to just starting to be click, right? In the PMPL for Western Europe with the best teams here, but if you haven't figured it out, might as well do it as fast as you can. Hopefully, going to keep the wits about them. Repositioning the vehicle for Vamos in the warehouse to keep it safe from stray bullets that tend to fly across the headshot hills.
They do that fairly often, John, as well. It's very terrifying. No one likes that. Clear vision off towards the eastern side. The rest of the team just backing them up. I mean, these guys have been doing fairly well today. You know, impressive, playing much tighter as a unit. I know we praised Hamodi a lot there, but the team typically are a team now that keeps coming up in my mentions. I like it. I like it a lot. And any new team we get to talk about is always fun. I get sick and tired of talking about Gamelord all the time. I'll tell you that now. It's a bit of a problem for myself.
That's
Fortunately, I will have to talk about them a little bit more because we do get this northern shift from Yasnaya. The boys are moving in. Very nice shift for them. I mean, the circle practically hard shifts onto their rotational path anyway, so they can find themselves a better place in the circle straight away.
Is the circle actually touching?
Yeah, it's fully on it. Like, I was surprised myself.
I mean, that is very, very rare to see that it actually touches the edge of the blue zone. That's quite phenomenal, Blank. I shall
hard shift.
I shall remember
Hardest
this day
of shifts.
until my last day. Probably not, but I like saying it.
I'll remind you of it.
Sounded
on your
poetic.
deathbed.
Oh, cheers. Remember that one time?
I'll live longer
John,
than you.
John, look, I know you're busy, but
I'm alive. Also,
there was that one game where the circles touched each other, and that was pretty cool.
Yeah. That would be good. I have to note that down now.
That's right. Set an alarm.
You remind me. You'll have to remind me, but we have the opposites reversed. Seiko, off the distance. Nox. Taking shots, but I think he's knocking on deaf ears there. Won't find any of those. Seiko gets away again. Oh, that has been running and running, hasn't he?
Seems to be surviving for now behind some rocks with more cover and another rock to see him safe. Oh my goodness me. How has he done that? I'll never know. I'll never know how these players get away with things like this. Shockwave, yet to lose the player on the out, but Penta, you know exactly where Seiko is.
On the coastal side, with no real hope of getting out there either. I mean, he could drop down some smokes, maybe get away with the buggy. I don't know how many of the wheels have been shot out, though, and that's kind of the major issue, right? It's if the wheels are shot out, you're going to be spinning away, not really going anywhere, and taking shots all the while. And the buggy really does not give you much cover as a passenger, I'll tell you that now, or even as a driver.
Really doesn't, does it? To be fair, from the back, the buggy does give you some pretty great cover, but from every other side, it's just an open cage. It's open season. From the back, it does give good cover, but, you know.
Yeah, you got your other teammate there to block the bullets.
That's right.
How that works.
For the driver, anyway.
Yeah. So 69 down towards the eastern side of the map. Once again, they've just made their move across the eastern bridge. Looking to enter the game now. Eastern Stars through shelter to the north side of farm. Pachinki, a big hotspot in this zone. Similarly, we have winding roads off to that western side from Gatka. Oh, bloody hell, Tongjiva, come on.
You okay?
4-man split again.
Ooh, it's so big as well. Oh, to be fair, there's no one near them. Like, they haven't been forced to come back together just yet.
No. I just find it really weird, you know?
It gets your gall, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'd love to know the reasoning behind it, because currently I don't. I mean, what does this provide you?
Information.
There's no way that people haven't rotated down past the hospital by now. I mean, Tongjibao would know.
You're looking for late people coming swinging from the south, I guess. Maybe.
No.
I'm trying to.
Super Young Roster don't even take that rotation.
Okay, if they don't regroup now, I'm fully on your side.
Okay.
So we'll see.
All right, they're moving. They are certainly moving. Southeast shift, clear vision, top of Potato Hill. Another massive focal point on the circle that I probably should have mentioned earlier, actually. Eastern Stars down towards southeast side. Real Tigers 9 moving in 2 after their phenomenal start versus Unicorns of Love. Didn't have as phenomenal of a start.
Not quite as illustrious as one would hope. Penta getting into a compound with 2. Still 2 at the back to regroup, to caterpillar back together. Super Young Roster trying to slow things down for them. as they are not in this next circle. Getting hold of these buildings, good news for Penta on the south side.
Yeah, this will work nicely for them going forward. But I do feel like Penta has shoehorned themselves into pretty god-awful spots before. I like the center Penta, but unfortunately,
I like that.
when you do, you like that?
Center Penta.
The center Penta. It's been happening a lot recently. I like it. But the center Penta drops into a shack though. Not amazing.
Here's the
live
regroup.
out their days in the shack.
Here's the regroup from TJB. 4 Romanian men back up on the hills. Not really finding too much damage in response. Rana low, spotted out. There comes in the roll down as well. GK first, able to spray it in with the UMP. 4 Romanian men lose one of them. Lin on a back foot there on the off angle, looking to move in and trade around the side. Want to secure their path into this next zone because they are not in just yet. They're on the west side of Pachinki and they have a little bit further to go.
4 Romanian men regroup. That's gotta hurt though, right? You know, you take TJB's position, it almost feels like seconds for them. And in that case, you're gonna wait for TJB. You're like, if we're gonna take your old drop spot, you've left it messy, you've not cleaned, and then we're gonna gatekeep you, and then TJB rock up and take down one of your players in the process.
They are the angry
it does not feel
wraiths.
good.
They are the angry wraiths of the Gatka split, right? That's,
Yeah.
If you go for
Haunting it.
they're just going to haunt you. They're going to go for it. Very spiteful.
Absolutely. Fortunately, GK first takes a tumble, as does Langzi. 4 Romanian men, they're fighting back.
Okay, all right, okay. For a second, they've got an opening. Hey, do you know what TJB has done? They've spread out. They've got away from each other. Just a little
right?
bit.
Do you know what 4 Romanian men have done?
What have they done?
Well, they've called someone. Who are you going to call?
My mum, because I'm scared.
Tongjia Busters?
I'm scared of that punchline. Oh, God, it's horrible.
You like that one?
No.
That was good.
Please.
That was a good one.
Please stop it.
Put it back where it came from. Fine.
Oh, dear.
Pluck it right off out of the air. Put it back in my mind. SWAT 69 down towards the south side. I think they do need to get a move on now. I think other teams are kind of forced into that spot. Eastern Stars, similarly, always have to fight with Gamelord. It's a little bit unfortunate for them. Big on the school side of things, though. They can start to move in, teach some of these other teams a lesson from playing on the north.
You'd hope so. Unicorns are love with their 2 players. They're on the northern side. They got that small set of buildings there on the road from Pachinki to school. And it's a pretty solid location. I imagine teams like 4 Romanian men, like Penta, like the remnants of TJB maybe might even want to swing around the outside and try and push it. But Penta try and roll straight through 4 Romanian men. And unfortunately for 4 Romanian men, it's not looking too good for them. 2 goes down last, and Penta are able to take things down and head for the Penta Center.
Yeah, it's pretty clean actually from Penta there. Lengex off the distance. Manu probably could hit these. Like you said, it is that buggy. Hardly any cover on it. Super young roster. Goodness me, they've tried to move into Giants location. But Pocus with a DBS, the ka-chunka makes it easy.
He gives them the ka-chunk around the corner. I mean, it's what it was built for, right? Urban environments, exactly where you're standing right now. Is he going to keep it on board? I think he might be. It's a good luck charm now.
Well, even the reloads sound nice. Goodness me.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah. Everything's good about that DBS.
Aesthetically, a pleasing weapon, you know?
Yeah. Aesthetically pleasing. Sounds amazing. There's no third part to that, unfortunately.
Fantastic. Big going to be taking down 4 Romanian boys on the northeastern side. As the last of them do fall. Teaming up with Gamelord for that one. As 4 Romanian boys were fairly split. On the eastern edge, we've got clear visions. On the west side of Potato Hill, close to the Eastern Stars, with Gamelord cresting that line as well. You can see them circling in the waters. Vindex looking to roll around, get some information, gets away with his life as well. Excellent gathering there. But it certainly was a risk.
To move back a little bit, Eastern Stars, you know, this is actually really good for them because they do move away from Gamelord. So it's possibly the biggest threat on the Eastern side. So they can leapfrog in front, have clear vision deal with Gamelord. Oh, they want nothing to do with them.
Ooh.
They've scarpered, John. They've scarpered.
Can give them the old switcheroo and put them in the middle instead. Moving actually up to Real Tigers 9 position with a scout. Might need to turn tail here, but that's not going to work out as the scout does go down on the forefront. Unicorns of Love still fighting as well. Clear visions. They're eliminated. They tried to evacuate. It didn't go their way.
Fortunate for them. Real Tigers 9 take at least one knock, but is it enough? I don't think so. Unfortunately, I think Real Tigers 9 get back up on their feet, play around these fields, have a good time of it. Tongji Bao, last remaining member in Lin, takes up a nice compound, but I don't think he can hold it alone. Big's actually chiming into this fight from Eastern Stars and Gamelord's position. I love that this is the big three, right? It's Big, Gamelord, Eastern Stars. And I love that they constantly battle each other out for control over this Eastern side. And at some point, in some Super Weekend, one team will reign victorious.
We might just see who's going to get it here, because, I mean, this is an Eastern side shift. It's right onto the territory being contested by these three teams. Big will have to move further than the others right now. Gamelord and Eastern Stars both have confidence in this zone. But all the other teams are going to be looking to do the same as well. Big will struggle to move in, but we've seen what they can do.
Absolutely, John. I think Big can make this happen. Unfortunately, it's kind of up the... either go up the hill or down the hill. It's really not the best planes to be fighting on. So I think Big would rather move around the northern side, possibly try and find a place to inject themselves on that northwest side of the map rather than the northeast, knowing that there's plenty of fighting going up on top of Potato Hill. But right now, Gamelord controls some fantastic high ground. Icy looks to take the fight to Real Tigers 9, even just as two. Look, I will bow down to Kalaris. Yeah, Unicorns Love not having a bad day today at all. I think they're doing okay. Things are better.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit, just a little bit. They are starting to glimmer with hope. But Big taking on Vamos now on the north side of this next circle. Big need to move forwards, but Beast falling down as the point man against Vamos is not good news. Well, certainly not for Big. It's good news for Vamos. They pop more nades in as well to suppress this backup. And they can think to move in. Look at this. Rotations around the side. Reposition. This is strong.
Massively strong here. Vamos looks for some more. Bestia gets Mickey on the off angle. Penta will even go down to Unicorns and Love. Rather than Icy putting Alicio to shame, they're working together here.
Vamos are putting on a masterclass here. Look at that reposition coming through from Laurence. Bestia moves up as well. They get all the angles they need against Big, and Big look like they're floundering. To make Big look that way, you have to be doing something right. Credit to Vamos.
I think they're making some seriously good movements. Unfortunately, with this much fighting, it was only going to attract the Sharks. They start to move in. I'm not sure what happened there. I felt like I was in a dream for a second. Someone DBSing furiously the vehicle. Unicorns of Love finally go down. Giants, similarly, in a fashion, Salazar is out. Pocus next. And Muzi, point man for Penta, still tries to keep this Penta train rolling.
It's looking shakier by the day, though. Vamos, they have one good fight. And Big are actually going to potentially weather them if Costi goes down here. Penta eliminated on the north side and will go no further. 10 teams down. Sorry, 9 teams remaining now. As Bestia maybe looking to get rezzed here. Nade potentially coming over the top. Eastern Stars did move up just a little bit to address this fight. For the compound on the southwest, there's more DBS. I can hear it. Give me the DBS.
Well, don't give him the DBS. Keep using the DBS because he wants to see more of the DBS. That's realistically what he means here. Molotov. Okay, actually, that does hit. Oh, dear me. He's going to have to get behind the car. That's not good at all. I don't even know where that Molotov was going, but come on, Swatty69, you can't be doing that.
That was not good. It's a missed nade. Maybe a bit of miscommunication as well to call out the bad nade.
It was just lobbed at the barn, though. I don't know where else it was going.
There was a little sneaky window that it could have got dropped into, but just wasn't happening. Nade onto KL Boy. Will find one. SWAT69 looking for the sprays down, but there we go. The jump up, the hop in, and it's the DBS for the nail in the coffin.
You love to see it. So does John. It is Big. Mozero, also big, still in the game. Goodness me. But Gamelord, king of the castle, up on the top of the hill. They have a chair indeed. I'll be looking down from it. Nox tries to move across there. We'll get the sprint through. And we'll hit the buggy. So FTY, I think their most valuable asset right now is the fact they have vehicles to work around with. Shockwave similarly do have the same. So they'll be able to work with that. But it is Gamelord, up on high. I'll be watching down on everyone, just dropping lightning bolts like Zeus from the heavens.
I mean, they are going to have to deign to walk among the mere mortals of the rest of this lobby as the circle does shift a little bit further off them. As a I don't.
Sorry,
that's
okay. You don't want to get into
that mythology starts to get a little bit risky.
Okay. I mean, I have to get into it. I just I thought I'd mention it. Okay.
Yeah,
if anyone gets it, that's brilliant.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh dear. Oh god, I still can't forget that statue in Berlin.
Just let's go away. Let's go away from that. I'm sorry I brought it up.
Kapahala gets shot out by Mazzaro and actually have this taken down. Mazzaro's going for a 1v3 right now, but will finally fall on the northern side. Gamelord may be looking to purview this fight against the Eastern Stars, who have had their numbers severely dwindled. Shockwave out now, and all of a sudden, we're with 4 teams.
Vamos out. 5th place, so it's not bad for Vamos, and they do need to keep putting up these points. How has Doran got here? How interesting. I don't know if Narvalo knows he's here. He's priming a grenade.
There's vehicles all the way outside, right? I mean, they've got to.
Yeah. Ooh, come on,
crashed
Doran.
into it. Oh, Tracer.
I've seen you do some good stuff before.
Okay, they definitely know he's in there now.
Quick.
Doran on the trigger right now, does not have the time to heal. Trazen swings out, jumps in, and Doran's down. Gamelord wipe out the top of the hill. 3 players standing, and they will have to descend. 2 teams remain, Gamelord and FTY.
You give it to Trazen. This guy's reaction speed is unbelievable. Off the charts there, top percentile. I mean, he just jumped out the buggy, went to go for a little loot, and then immediately clipped onto him. Beautiful stuff. Now, FTY, they have the 4 players, but again, Gamelord, the king of the castle right now. They're looking to take shots down, tax FTY from the high ground in the palace.
Feudalism back in fashion for Gamelord, but we do know how the French feel about royalty, so maybe give that one a miss. That is a royal grenade right there, if I ever did see one. FTY double down. Excellent nade coming through from Gamelord. They're looking for more as well to pressure in. 1 flush is there, and 2 players remain for FTY. In come the buggies. They roll down the hill. Nox behind with the Groza, has a lot to do. Narvalo takes just the 1, but Zodox falls and the teammate is down. Trazen traded on out. It's 2 versus 1. Zodox, position known, behind the crate, pops the nade in and repositions as well. Doesn't go down just yet. Needs to land this first knock. Narvalo out in the open. He finds 1. It's Nox versus Robs. Robs looking to push down. No meds available for Nox as he suppresses this sightline up to the tree. Robs wants all the glory and he will take it. It's Gamelord for the chicken dinner.
Yeah, he dipped out the way of Narvalo at this final moment. It's like, I'm going to raise you. No, I'm not. I'm actually taking the final elimination here for myself. Very, very nicely done. Not easy to hit that double nade, though, from up on high. But that's a 3v4, and that's how you do it. You need to get 2 knocks almost immediately. So, not the most easy of conditions there, but it is what it is, right, John? And I think that looking at that game from a critical perspective, I do think that Gamelord really controlled Potato Hill for a long, long time. They knew it would be a valuable commodity in the late game. So instead of taking loads of fights up there, they just reposition themselves outside the blue. Very, very well done, and then start to work their way in once they can see a lot of teams have been down, and they have that high ground, they have that pressure to work around with. Even clearing Doran was a very, very good thing from them.
Yeah, you don't want to leave that thorn in the side, especially when you're only 3, right? And you know you're taking on a squad down the bottom. It's far from ideal to have to worry about someone just popping up, because as soon as you take a knock, they chime in, and you're down to 1 player very, very quickly, and that's not the scenario that you're looking for. They play it methodically. They play it great. I am, once again, in awe of Gamelord.
Yeah, it's really, really good stuff. Big, on the other hand, I think they're just a volatile team. I love them to bits, don't get me wrong, but very volatile team. Nice step up there from Real Tigers 9. Michu managed to pull it up just a little bit for the team. We're not seeing Mango this time around. Trazen, deserves to be at least on this screen. I think that, you know, he is one of the biggest step-up members from... Okay, I'm not going there, but he's one of the members that stepped up the most for Gamelord, honestly. And I really do appreciate they bringing him into this roster because he's performing very well, and I think he's that added oomph that Gamelord definitely wanted. And, you know, at this point in time, I said it yesterday, I think Gamelord will ultimately benefit from not having Victor on the team and learning to play around not having him. And when he's back, they'll be an even stronger force. And already, just today, they're starting to show that with some really, really good performances just in terms of their strategical play and playing around Trazen, Robs. They're all strong in their own rights.
Absolutely. I mean, you do need that full team, and that's kind of what we praised Gamelord for and spoke about the top teams in general about, is no longer just having the one-star player that they all support, having that ace up the sleeve in every player's arsenal, right? It needs to be there, and it is starting to come through, and it's absolutely phenomenal to see Gamelord taking the chicken dinner on Erangel.
Well, there we go. Another game all done. That's going to be Gamelord taking themselves a chicken dinner. And again, another $1,000 in their pocket. That's 6 chicken dinners. That's $6,000 so far that this team has won over the course of, what, a week and a half of Super Weekends. Phenomenal job by them, but also phenomenal job by FTY, who's had a really quiet first half of the day.
Yeah, it seemed like I had to criticize him a little bit on the desk, and actually waking up is really good to see from FTY take himself a fight like that. They eliminated actually 2 teams in this game. It was Swat 69 and also Shockwave, and they were having some really good scouting done on Pachinki Hill, which I don't see enough teams do. So they got himself in one of the best positions over to Pachinki Fields, onto the eastern side of Pachinki Fields in particular, and they played that position extremely well. And you even said that could have been a win for FTY actually, because Gamelord, they did fumble a little bit towards the end there almost.
I suppose, yeah, but I mean, Gamelord kind of hedging their bets, knowing that they're probably going to be apt at being able to take out it with the push that they were going for. But I think what is most important to take away from that is that, yes, as much as FTY did have a good game and, you know, in a lot of other games could have probably won it from those scenarios, Gamelord's position was just far superior. Coming down from Potato Hill on this east side, having extreme advantage when it comes from the uphill presence, going up against FTY. I mean, that one nade alone that gets those knocks on the rock really opens things up for Gamelord, which they just run away with.
And actually, with this chicken dinner now from Gamelord, they're now tied with last season with how many chicken dinners they got in Super Weekend. So they're trying to beat their own record right now. They had 6 chicken dinner in all Super Weekends last season. Man, what 1-1, they beat their record. It's great to see.
Yeah, and if they continue this pace, potential to have a first team break 10 chicken dinners in a Super Weekend, or in not a Super Weekend, but in a PMPL, and that's 10K alone. And then if they win the whole thing, that's another 10K. So that could be 20 grand. But FTY, Real Tigers 9UK, again, these 2 teams stepping up, considering they've been at the bottom of the board for the last, I feel like, 2 matches in a row. You can take a look at the second page. We will see Clear Vision, unfortunately not having that consistent performance we've had so far today, them and TJB, but still not bad nonetheless. And Penta, still just picking up points here or there. Like this team has slowly been chugging away, continuing to
I can't do that.
add on to their tally. What's that?
I can't do that.
You can't chug.
I can't chug away. No.
Well, that's not what it means. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. You're right,
This
Max.
was your own concern, Jason. And now he's come back with it, and you've never mind.
I've
It's the
accepted my
callback
fate
every
yeah.
time.
Yeah.
But all in all, I mean, for me, looking at this list, I always am reminded now of like super young roster. Like, what's happened to this team? That first day, that first week of league play, they were phenomenal, and I feel like we're just consistently seeing them at the bottom nowadays.
Yeah, it's so weird because we were talking a lot in the first week, right, about how we have some individual players doing so well also for SYR. We were talking a lot about, especially for, I think it was Ali21. There was one of the top performers of that first week of play, if it was the league play or if it was a super weekend. Where are they now? Unfortunately, I still do not have an answer for that. It was the same last game for FTY. I said, where's FTY? Luckily enough, they did step up this game, securing a second place, but SYR just invisible this week, and I do not know what's going on. I hope they can try and fix how things have been going so far, because they can drop off really fast if they don't find a fix here.
Yeah, third lowest scoring point team on our first day of play at 24 points. The only teams behind them were Swat 69 and 4 Romanian Men. And the team above them actually was FTY at 25 points, funny enough. But Gamelord, if we talk about domination, then we got to talk about this team because they have been on the run today. We looked at them in multiple games so far, and I want to look at them in terms of their averages over the course of the day, and that's pretty damn ridiculous. 10 average limbs per match,
Wait, is that
1,700 damage.
What?
10 average limbs across the day.
If those
That's
numbers
kinda
are
crazy.
right, that's insane.
Yeah, they just show that, I mean, going into any combat with them, any scenario with them is oftentimes going to lead you to the grave. Going up against Gamelord, unfortunately. They are looking fantastic. They were saying at the end of the cast with Blank and John that, you know, adding Trazen or whatever, that's the little bit of oomph that Gamelord was looking for. But even before that, they didn't really need more oomph. They were looking good coming in as the previous champions. Trazen is the absolute icing on the cake that this team needs to not be just be rounded as a 4-man roster, but arguably rounded as a 6-man roster, because any little kind of any format they run with is looking good here for Gamelord to take the championship again.
Yeah, I mean, he was part of Gamelord way back. I think early last year actually, and then he went to Chazmax side, and then he came back to Gamelord, and I think he saw in season 2 how good Gamelord performed and how much money they got from the chicken dinners. Like, I want a piece of that, you know. I'll come back with the boys. We'll see how it goes. And we usually say about 20-minute average survival time is really good. They got almost 24 minutes over the course of those games and 10 elimination average. Still, we're gonna have to say it again here, Kalash, but they are the team to beat, and unfortunately, no one's even close right now.
Yeah.
They've gotten $1,000 per player now because of the 6 chicken dinners. Maybe that's what they're aiming for. So if they're gonna get any more, they have to go for 12, so everyone gets 2K, right? Because they have a 6-player roster.
I like that.
That would make sense. That would make the most sense. So Max, you know, we talked about FTY at the start of the day and how they didn't do too well. But we're going to give them a little bit of a shining here, a little bit of information, a little bit of limelight to talk about them and their player stats in this last match, because they did have a step up here. We saw a lot of eliminations come through. I believe it was about 8. They were able to get themselves a second place. So let's actually take a look at the numbers behind the team and maybe talk about them a little bit more here, because in week 1, we talked about how they were very hot and cold, very hit and miss, very feast or famine. It seems to be true still, even today, looking at them, because we're not really seeing like, you know, consistent 4, 5, 6 points per game. We're just seeing either like 0 points or they get a second place finish.
Yeah, and until this game, it was a lot more famine than feast, unfortunately. It was a little bit sad to see, but this is a step up we want to see. I do want to see a lot more of this type of play in particular, because we've seen literally every single player from the team, maybe not as much from Zodox, but Zodox is serving more as the IGL and the player that's going to be serving the purpose of getting the team where they have to be in the right time. So I'm perfectly fine with that. But Nox, Shinyo, and Caliboy all had their moments of greatness in week 1. We didn't see too much of that, unfortunately, at the start of this week. But this is a lot closer to what I expected. And if not for the amazing nade from Trazen, where he gets a double knock onto FTY, you never know. There's maybe in another world, in another timeline, where this ends up being their chicken dinner, despite the really good position of Gamelord. But Trazen was a little bit too cracked at the end. But FTY, good from you guys. Hopefully we can see a little bit more of this as today goes on, and even tomorrow.
And an interesting overall stats breakdown for the Super Weekends here, Jason, between FTY is that they actually have 103 placement points across Super Weekends, which is better than Giants that are in 7th, better than TJB, which are in 6th, and better than Unicorns, which are in 5th. And at the moment, FTY is in 8th. what is letting them down a little bit is their elimination points. If they were able to iron that out a little bit more, this is a team that could quite feasibly be top 4, top 5 at the end of this. And I wouldn't have said that coming into the tournament. So really good by them if they can get some more eliminations on the board.
Okay, well, let's take a look at overalls while we have a little bit of time before Sanhok gets underway as our 4th match of the day. And we will probably see Gamelord, lengthening that lead. It's now up to almost a 90-point difference.
Give him the trophy. I don't know.
Just call it here, boys. Yeah, we're done.
How else do we look at this?
Oh man, I don't know if you guys are aware, but actually, for some time this season, there was normally going to be a new rule that was not made canon, I would almost say, for the tournament. That's a weird way to say it.
Canon.
Yeah, I don't know. There was supposed to be a rule where you would have a certain amount of points depending on your placement in the Super Weekend going into the league finals. Okay, it was not going to be huge, but it was going to be something. So I think teams have a little bit of a sigh of relief that that's not happening, because otherwise Gamelord would have been a lot better off into the league finals, and that could have been enough for actually for them to get an even bigger lead into the league finals. But at least everything's going to be reset, so there's a chance that big Eastern Stars or even any other team in the top 16 at the end could compete with Gamelord at the top.
Yeah, it would be a little bit weird if, I'd be a little bit sad actually if Gamelord continue this momentum, that we go into the finals and then they don't win. But we've obviously seen it kind of happen in the past with some other teams and some other events, but it's a kind of different event. This is a marathon. That's going to be a sprint.
Yeah.
And as we look at the second page, we can see Rescue still holding on to that 16th place. For how much longer? I'm not so sure, but they're still maintaining it. And Shockwave trying to build up a lead even further from the other teams who are trying to catch up. Oh, wow. Really not that much longer.
Yeah, indeed. Jason, before we go into our next game, can we talk about how awesome the DBS is? Is that all right?
Well, we're going into Sanhok next. So if you want to talk about it before or after, that's up to you.
That's relevant. DBS can be on Sanhok as well. DBS is such a cool gun. We love the DBS here at the PMPL. Me, Maxman, John apparently as well. And actually, in my opinion, we actually even saw a 1v3 going on there with the DBS. An extremely powerful gun. And actually, I think some players underestimate just how good it is, even at range as well. It's actually better at range than some pistols, not exactly ARs, but you can use this gun, and if you're able to get that into the late game as well, it can actually be an extremely formidable tool to have. We don't quite get to see it too often in the late game, but down the line, I think we might as a secondary. I think it's quite good.
Yeah, I think it's great. The fact you got that double tap, you have that one-shot potential, which is insane, that if teams can aim properly. If we're going to go back into this game, and if we're going to see if we're maybe going to have a ruins fight or a fight happening inside of boot camp, you'll see. But if you just play around the corner and you pre-shot and you hit it, it's just an easy elimination. So best weapon in the game in terms of satisfaction factor, it's the best.
Okay, we'll take a look at the schedule as we talked about a little bit with Sanhok coming up next. It for sure will be. If I can remember correctly. Yeah, it will be. And then Erangel there at the end. I'm hoping to see some more DBS because whenever, I know you guys can't hear it at home, but whenever the DPS comes out, Cloris and Maxman both just make out as much as they possibly can and scream DBS.
It's so good. Oh.
Maybe we can get our commentators to do their own impression of what the DBS sounds like. Let's head over to find out.
Dunk. I don't know if that's a good imitation, but I thought I'd give it a shot. You've requested it.
Yeah.
I tried to. I know you're a little bit sick, Blank, but you want to give it a go?
To be fair, I just go for the ka-chunk. You know, that's the one I always go for. I was taking a sip of my lemon and honey. So it's, that's quite taxing on my throat, but it's fine. It's not a problem. Anything for the DBS, anything for my boy Colaris. Whenever he needs the ka-chunk, I'm there for him. It's not a problem. DBS, on the other hand, it's going to be good here on Sanhok. I'm sure, Imperium. I always love to see the DBS. And, people were saying that it's urban combat. It's great in the late game. Sanhok is close quarters all day long. So we'll see more DBS here, I'm sure.
Definitely, indeed. A big improvement from FTY in Game 3. They had a couple of poor results in the first 2 games. Clearly something went on in the comms where they just got their stuff together, and clearly much cleaner in Game 3. Can they follow suit in the fight for the top 16 though, Blank? It is still on a good track for 4 Romanian Boys and Vamos. They haven't had the best of games in the first 3, but it's still more than what Rescue were hitting on average per game in today's games alone. So that's a bit of a positive note.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, things are better, right? And if you're better than a rescue, that's absolutely fine. The points are just not massive for rescue right now. If you can start to get over that hurdle, things are okay. Things are absolutely okay. I think Penta's been doing better. You know, for Romanian Boys starting to get those last circles. Again, though, we are starting to see a trend in terms of the lobby. Like, the top teams are getting the top places. The bottom teams are getting the bottom places. And I think that this is actually ideal for me. I remember watching BMGC and being like, oh my God, like, what is happening where we go from the league stage into the finals, suddenly every single team is no longer performing as we expected them to. I really hope that doesn't happen in this tournament, but it does feel like we are really, really hitting that stride of consistency, which is nice.
And that's where I think a lot more teams have really put in the work between Fall Split last year and Spring Split this year compared to the end of Spring Split last year and the start of Fall Split last year, if that makes sense. So Gamelord have worked on their edge style, plus bringing in an extra player, and they have a massively flexible roster. You have Big working on their kind of aggression and working on making sure that they no fear just fighting, and then they're able to work that with their strong rotations. Once again, and I'm curious on your thoughts on this, Blank, I would love to see Big utilize their sub, because I think they could more than take a leaf out of Gamelord's book and bring in one or two of their subs for these Super Weekend games.
Yeah, they absolutely could do. My thoughts on that is that if you are confident with your current roster, it is better to play with your current roster. I think playing with subs who are so to speak specialists, I'm not really on that board of things, to be honest with you. I think if you can have a specialist on Miramar is like long range, maybe, but I much prefer a team to work on synergy between all four of the players, right? That's what makes the most sense to me overall. And I wouldn't want to see Gamelord. To be honest, I want to see Gamelord just with the same roster every single time, because when you come finals, when it comes finals, I don't think you're going to be seeing teams shifting players in and out. I think you'll see the same roster over and over. And if Big is happy with this right now, power to him, honestly.
Do you have a bit of a thought on who you would love to see then as Gamelord's 4 players coming into the finals, and who you think their top 4 players are as a team?
Yeah, I absolutely do. In fact, I think that if I was to say all 4 players for Gamelord, it would be probably Trazen, Robs, could be Spicy, but I think Robs right now definitely is a better player. Narvalo, Victor. That is the top 4 for me. That's who I would see going in. Obviously, you're missing Akashi there, and that's just because I think Akashi just hasn't been up to scratch at the moment. But that is where, you know, maybe you swap him out for Robs, because I do think in that case Robs would be the weak link. And if you need that IGL, then you keep him on board. You keep him on board for that.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and it's going to be interesting to see if Gamelord do play the whole same roster for the finals and are using these Super Weekend and the PMPL League days just to kind of hone and craft that Final 4. But we are about to get into the 4th game of the day in the glorious jungle train of Sanhok. There was a bit of a rehost, which is why you were watching our beautiful faces for an extended period of time.
Drip, yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that.
Thanks just like, come on, can we get in game? I need to wipe my nose. I'm struggling over here. Let's all just throw a bit of love for Blank in the chat. I hope he gets better.
No,
you know.
I just need honey and lemon. That's all I need. You send that over in copious quantities. That's perfect for me. That's what I don't need anything else. We should be good to go. Playing Perth on the northern side, down from Hatin, just underneath Camp Bravo. Happy days here for most teams. Super young roster for Romanian Men. Where do you think they're going? I think this point pass is going to make it difficult for them, but I still think they're going for it. Yep, every time.
It looks that way. What I find interesting is that Shockwave are not going to Hating. I don't know if Eastern Stars track that from the parachutes, or therefore lack of parachutes going to Hatting. They've gone over towards the northeast side, as you can see. Hatting is now absolutely open.
Yeah, I mean, Eastern Stars don't have to head over there, and they're probably very confused. Like, where's Shockwave? Like, this is not something that they can predict. This is a very, very unexpected change coming through from Shockwave, who decided that it's not best for them, which is weird in my opinion, because I do think that they've had some success up there versus Eastern Stars, but I imagine they just don't think it's worth it being caught between big Eastern Stars and Gamelord. Like, that's a very tough spot to play, right?
It is, and that's the thing. It's the rotation into the circles that, unless it is a bit of a northwestern phase 1 onwards, it can be quite tricky. So they've gone for a more centralized drop just shy north of Quarry. TJB, Lanix looking for the shots and elimination point onto Reznov. Reznov is currently on his own, and 3 TJB players surround him.
Reznov finds GK first at least, which is great news for him and great news for the rest of the team. That's Alicio finishing off that player there. Reznov looking for one more. I think with Alicio in the backside here, it's good news for them. They've got a backstop to play around with. Icy hits the shots, and that's literally peeking out a window. Oh my, he's on top of the bridge. This is a perfect position to Tongji about. I mean, they don't ever suspect the man sliding down the bridge like he's on ice skates with a UMP in hand. Now that is action movie quality.
And I think this is a great level of correction from what we saw in the first game when they had a split in Real Tigers 9, took down Reznov, and Daddy was in no way, shape or form kind of responding to that. He stayed in Mansion, and then the rest of the team were late to the party and they were put down to 2. This is clearly way better executed. By no means is Reznov absolutely secure where he is, but the rest of the team are definitely moving more forward to give him support, and Reznov gets a knock onto Langex.
This is unbelievable stuff. You love to see this. I mean, Reznov's using all the tricks in the book right now to basically be that one-man soldier.
Lynn in the back end. I think Lynn's pinched. Lynn is absolutely pinched. Alicio's on the other side, by the way. Daddy is now just looking to make his way down to South Boot Camp Hill. Should have another angle of pressure onto TJB to support the rest of his team. Time is whittling down. We're 4 minutes into phase 1. Blue Zone is about to start closing in, so it's important that Unicorns love clean up this fight as quickly as possible. And look at that. They take down TJB.
Now, this is a massive change for TJB because we're not seeing them go out in the blue. Instead, they've gone out to other players. It's very weird, honestly. Don't like that. I prefer it when they went for the heal strat rather than the die early in 16th strat. That's not good. That's not going to get you any points. Don't like that at all.
But maybe that's a product of them spending so many Sanhok games going for the heal strat in the blue. So when it comes to the moment where they, to an extent, have to drop outside of their normal drop area and technically take a fight, there's no real back-end level of information, and we saw them get caught out massively for it.
Absolutely. I think Tongji Bao just weren't able to play that exactly how they wanted to. And you got to give credit to Unicorns of Love. I mean, that fight was a masterclass coming from Reznov of how to play underneath compounds and around Sanhok with the backup of his teammates who were all playing separate angles, and slowly but surely as the knocks came through, they started to take even more aggressive angles. So it was very good. And, you know, at some point, TJB do just get enclosed upon, and there's nothing really you can do at that point. Super young roster, this time playing hide and seek with 4 Romanian men. I do find it incredibly funny. I mean, every single time there is some kind of vendetta between these teams, and it's mainly Super Young roster keeping this one going, because even if 4 Romanian men move away, Super Young roster is off in the distance just muttering like some kind of a curse at the guys from 4 Romanian men.
Massively weird that Big decided to go a lot deeper on their drop spot down the Northwest Island, and I would definitely say went in blind across the bridge, where happened to be 4 Romanian men and Super Young roster just poking at each other, and now Big are down to 2. Not looking too good, but with Super Young roster having 2 players knocked, this is definitely for Romanian Men's territory, and they are taking massive control of it.
This is good stuff. With Alendo being down as well for Super Young roster, I always find that as like a mark of Super Young roster's downfall, because Alendo has always and will always be that kind of be-all, end-all for Super Young roster. And I think until they kind of figure that out, you know, I think that they will be stunted in their growth, because he really is the guy that bails the team out of a lot of difficult situations. Yes, Hamodi is this unbelievable fragger, but
Yeah,
I would say Alendo enables a lot of those plays and enables the rest of his team to make these kind of things happen. I mean, even on their first ever drop versus Romanian Men, it was Alendo playing off angle up on the cliffside, who basically within the matter of 5 seconds teleports into the fray and is able to clean up. So really, really fantastic stuff. Again, you're right. This push from Big has been very odd, and it's almost been like a gentleman's agreement between Romanian Men and Super Young roster that they're both going to gatekeep Big.
in the center of the circle, Vamos, Clear Vision, Penta, all close to each other. Between the compound and the hills, either side of it. I think all teams have a full squad up, because Vamos, they got a player knocked, but that revive is coming through.
Slowly but surely. I think for Clear Vision right now, there seems to be a massive emphasis on getting center of the circle, but holding on to the center of that circle tends to be a big problem for Clear Vision at the moment. I think, yeah, they do send in, they do find the spot, and the initial rotation is good, but now it's a case of holding off the rest of the teams. You got to remember that playing center is often quite difficult, because you will have teams start to wrap themselves round you in the circle, and you tend to start to suffocate just a little bit. And you have to be prepared, you know, to grit your teeth and withstand that. And I think a lot of times Clear Vision hasn't been able to do that so far.
Fully agree. Couldn't have said it better myself. I think they are adjusting to it a little bit by going a bit more to the west, down and near the buildings outside the boot camp. I think that will allow them to grab a bit more information so they can hopefully react to it a bit quicker. Shockwave went from the northern side of Quarry over to the west, and I think they've kind of caught Giants out because of it. Giants normally have a lot of that eastern side to themselves locked down, and this is a new drop spot for Shockwave, and they've been able to catch Giants Gaming off guard.
Giants, yeah, this could be a bit of a weird one for them. I mean, Shockwaves, like you said, have moved on their way through. So is Real Tigers 9. Even for Romanian Boys. So I think a lot of people saw this position around Quarry as very, very influential to victory on previous Sanhoks. Now everyone's a piece to the action. For Romanian Boys, on the other hand, skirting across down the slope. I think this is a very dangerous crossing to be making. You can see them skittering around, trying not to be seen, or at least dodging bullets.
I'm overall happy to see more teams looking for a central position inside Sanhok, because I really hate to see teams so heavily towards the blue when you get to phase 3, phase 4. To see so many in this scenario, it's also a little bit scary. Keme chucks out a nade that's going to connect onto Mishu and put a lot of damage onto another Real Tigers 9 player. Lau does get into a bit of the burning molly and is going to have to heal up for his troubles. At the end of the day, though, this is for Romanian Boys definitely having this fight under control, but Shockwave on the hills above, a third-party opportunity could be in the mix.
I mean, this is great news for Romanian Boys, able to hold back Real Tigers 9. The artillerists themselves being pushed back by explosions coming through from Romanian Boys. It's beautiful stuff. Some more nades been sent in. Flashbang, in fact, to subdue for Romanian Boys and keep them at bay for the time being whilst they med up and potentially even get away here.
Flash grenade, such an underutilized item to rock up in the right moment. It can be a big difference maker. You said to yourself, just able to suppress and lock a team down, especially when you're looking at those compounds. Two-door inside the shack is going to get knocked by hard, man. that could be a bit of an opening for what looks like a real Tigers 9 disengagement, but they have one player a little bit up on the higher ground further apart. They should be looking to use that to then play a little bit more forward, which seems to be the case, but the rest of the team needs to follow suit. That looks to be the case. Man God looked to be cooking up a grenade, wasn't the case. Now it is, but at the end of the day, Mishu goes in on his own and pays the ultimate price. A trade comes through. Hardman working out well, but Kame gets a drop. Now Mango has to swing it in, looking for the shots onto him. It's gonna play around the side of the corner. There you go. But now there's one player left for 4 Romanian boys, and if it's gonna be anybody, it's gonna be Man God.
Oh my lord. He brings it back from the depths right there, and they were in deep, I'll put it that way. I think for Real Tigers 9 versus 4 Romanian boys, the fight started out badly. They saw Shockwave start to push back just a little bit, retreat away, and they were like, you know what? Let's make this happen. Let's go up against 4 Romanian boys. So really well played to Real Tigers 9 to keep this one up. And look at that Imperium. Yes, they're going to have to take a fight with Clear Vision now, but they have 4 players. Now that is unexpected.
It is. I couldn't have said that better myself. Modi, oh no, Vindex. Max said he wanted to see a little bit more from Vindex. Currently seems to be the case, at least, as the nade and the shots with the UMP is going to connect onto 2 of the players of Real Tigers 9. It's going horribly wrong. Just Mango left in his own, and just like that, Clear Vision grabbed the opportunity by both hands.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Real Tigers 9. I mean, that fight was lasting so long. And I think as soon as you make that decision to come back around, you've got to expect that other team's on their way, even if you win or lose that initial fight. Next circle, about to pop. Let's see where it goes. Off to that Eastern side.
Oh, wow.
Eastern Stars and Gamelord once again happy with this. I feel like these guys have got a drop on the circle or something. I don't know. Like, someone's clairvoyant on both of these teams. They can see far ahead into the future, or at least 5 seconds into the future, whatever works. I mean, 5 seconds into the future is still pretty good. Stop me from spilling loads of things, that's for sure. Clear Vision, though, they'll be able to move across on that north side. What's most interesting about this circle, Imperium, is there are so many compounds. It's unbelievable down here. I mean, you've got Kampong, but also look at these roads. There's so many places for these teams to play. So you might not even have a standoff until, like, very, very late game here for Sanhok.
And there's a massive couple of hills as well, either side of the roads, and kind of swinging around the compound. So there's a lot of definitely strong areas to lock down inside this phase 3. Giants Gaming unfortunately ended up going out. They'll be a little bit sad because for once the circles have gone in the direction of their normal drop spot, and they were like, okay, this could have been one game where we wouldn't have to move, but in the end they end up getting taken out. Eastern Stars are used to playing on the east side of this map, as they used to drop around here, so it will be familiar territory for them.
Absolutely. Swat 69. Pogba trying to take some shots up there. Do love this guy's name. Even in previous tournaments, it was one of the ones you just rolls off the tongue. That bad boy, love it. Tad Watts, on the hand, that name is like golden syrup on the tongue. That's what that one's all about, so we like that. Currently, Penta trying to play on this eastern edge of the quarry. Ooh. Not quite working out. Nasty nades coming through, but Icy still keeping up the action for this team. Oh, dear me. That was a cracker.
That's going to slow Unicorns of Love down. Not quite the knock, but a good effort from FTY. Once again, though, for what seems to be second game in today's set of games, we see Unicorns Love on top of the elimination board. 5 so far in this game. They have to crest up this cave hill. Phase 3 blue zone is closing in, and there is a bit of a potential of third party for teams still in the blue, and possibly even SWAT 69 if they do want to look in that direction and find a bit of an opportunity to strike. With FTY down to 3, they just need to stay a little bit safe, maybe even go down into the cave side waters.
I'm pretty sure Shinyo just skidded to a halt right at the bottom there in the water. I'm not sure if he wanted to head down there just that quickly, but you know, you never know.
Oh no.
Kelly boy, though, they can't make the decision, so Unicorns of Love make it for them.
Oh no! It's all gone horribly wrong.
Oh dear.
It's all gone horribly wrong.
Well, that's FTY. Almost instantly put to a stop. And this is good for Unicorns a little bit. I think this is kind of like their old stomping grounds from Super Weekend 1. Like, they got those 2 chicken dinners. They look fantastic. Come league play, beginning of this Super Weekend, goodness me, Sanhok looked atrocious for Unicorns of Love. And now finally back on top again, where at least I think they belong, which is good news because they should be up here for Sanhok. If it's a map that you're able to get 2 chicken dinners on last week and you only play just the 3, goodness me, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
So Unicorns of Love, we need to keep putting up those big points. Do finally bow down to the Colaris. He has bested me today with his Unicorns of Love prediction.
He's been poking you in the chat as well. Every single time he's been like,
oh my god, there's no one.
Yeah.
It's like getting letters from the council. I mean, I do read them and pay attention to them, but I don't want them.
I know, right? Of course, phase 4 shifted over to the east if possible. Kampong finish. It does take away a lot of the small pocket compounds that were in the previous circle, so it's going to become a little bit tricky for these teams. As Carlos in the chat just continues to poke, listen to what we're saying. Vamos. Gonna have to listen to the gunshots going all around on the Unicorns a lot. Send it into a compound inside the circle.
Daddy, it's another cracker of a shot. On form today, apparently. Lovely stuff. I think for Swat 69. Looking for some more. Sorry, boss.
No, I was going to apologize. I thought Unicorns Love had made it into the circle. It's actually outside the circle, that compound, so you do still have to bring it in.
Yeah, pulling it back. Few teams out in the blue at the moment. You got Dewey, who's trying to razz it in with Rana, who's already entered the circle. You can see him up on the distance on the bike. This guy's fast as hell. Hamodi from Super Young roster, I think that's a heal off right there, though he is in the vehicle trying to make his way in. Gamelord comfortably over towards Kampong. I mean, wherever it's made of gold, I mean, that's going to be Gamelord's position. That's where they like to take up.
Penta on the northern side do bring Tadwas into the circle. Eastern Stars a little bit further down south. You have clear vision on the hill now. Unicorns of Love, 7 eliminations and counting. This team is on a steamroll. They're on a warpath right now in this game 4.
Looking for blood, that's for sure, and I think they've found quite a fair bit of it so far. Some good eliminations coming through, but now you're coming up against a bigger beast, a different type of opponent in Gamelord. It's not so easy to wrangle, and I'll have to be wary of that.
Blank, that circle shift up north away from Kampong. It's still not the easiest for Gamelord to traverse, in my opinion, but at least they can focus now on Unicorns Love, the teams that might be swinging around behind them.
Nice nade. Comes through, though. We'll take down Robs from Mickey. Mickey himself similarly taken down. I mean, on the coastal side, if anyone sees Mickey turn up in the feed, right, you know he's at the coast. He's looking for another 1v4. He's greedy today. I like it.
Like Shane McMahon looking to go coast to coast and pick up a couple of eliminations along the way. Fortunately, Big are out and we're left with 18. Swat 69 down to 2. 2 of their players went down to the blue. Shockwave, should I say, a little bit more up north. You have clear vision rocking up the top of the hill and looking to control the likes of Eastern Stars, Shockwave, and SWAT 69. But with 3 teams pushing in, it's going to be easier said than done for the 4-man team of clear vision. But Phoenix finds Terminus but can't grab the knock.
This time, it's Minnows making their way in. Eastern Stars have a fair few players, but they are taking huge damage from the blue, and similarly from across the way from clear vision. Like I said, you just can't let yourself get suffocated here, and it looks like clear vision mounted up the O2 tanks at the start of this game, so they're good to go for air. And it's just time to keep this up. 5 eliminations. How high can this team go in this game? Because I think clear vision looking to be a standout here in the Super Weekend.
Shockwave go down, but 7 important points picked up for them, I might add. That does clear the way for Clear Vision, pun intended, to focus on Eastern Stars, who are still outside this next circle. In the buggy, Kapahala goes looking to swing on the western edge. Possibly, no, he's gonna go back around, maybe looking for an entry point down the south. It doesn't look like Kapahala really knows where to go, but he's gonna find one of the players of Clear Vision. Vindex, he got a little bit caught off guard, like a horror movie, just went kind of pow wow.
Insane sidestep coming through from Vindex, though. Drops in the vehicle. Oh, man. What is this guy doing? He's all over the place. He's in the vehicles, in the side of cars. He's in the air. I don't know what's happening. Hamodi also down as well. I don't think Vindex knew what he was doing in that situation. I think after he sidestepped the car, he was like, oh, my, that's all my luck used up for the day. No, just happy. Left remaining. I don't understand how Eastern Stars have made it in with 4 players. What?
I think it was like, okay, if we can't push around them, we're going to surprise them. We're going to shock them. We're going to basically kind of confuse them, right? And it worked out in their favor. Unicorns will finally go down. 3 teams left. Penta, Clear Vision, and Eastern Stars. Not going to lie, I'm here for a Penta chicken dinner. I've seen the improvements. I've seen them growth, and they massively do overall. I feel deserve this win.
I would somewhat disagree. I don't think they've done too much this game.
Okay.
Yeah. I think,
okay. I mean in general.
Okay, I see. I think that they've improved, yes. But I don't think they're ready for the chicken dinner yet. I think more training has to be done for this team. But in the meantime, things are going well. And get back to the drawing board, things are going to be even better. I think Eastern Stars have a good shot at this. We'll see what happens. I just think Penta's been very passive today. And I think that's the worst thing that they've been doing. Happy on the sidelines, though. Goodness me, these nades are pretty brutal on Eastern Stars.
Penta center looking to center themselves up for this win. They have an idea of where the players of Eastern Stars are. And Molly comes through, but Kapahala gets knocked. Octavian just trying to sliver his way through the edge of the blue, but doesn't quite make it. Eastern Stars are eliminated, and it's a Penta 4v1. Our Happy finds one, but it's not going to be the case. Penta center chicken dinner in Sanhok.
I mean, that's your passive win right there, and you get 5 elims for your troubles at the end. So I think that was a 7 elim total at the end. Cheeky 22 points on the cards. Not bad at all for Penta there. I think that when I said they were being a bit too passive, all of a sudden they're like, we're going to send all of our grenades over towards Eastern Stars. And I was like, not passive at all. That's quite active, actually, like that. And after that, Penta takes the win. So good chicken dinner from them. Love to see it. And you're right, it's the Penta Center. Focusing on that. Now starting to focus on how do we clinch out those final moments of the game. Again, I still don't understand how Eastern Stars make it with 4 players. That was ridiculous. Like you said, they were just a situation of we'll punch through. That's how we do it. That is the number of a passive team right there. 999.
Oh wow.
Not quite 1,000.
Wow. Okay, I'm actually a little bit shocked. I still look at this as a big positive for Penta in terms of their stability. Yesterday, they got 4 out of 5 strong results, including the chicken dinner. They've had 8 points in game 1, 12 points in game 2. Okay, only 5 points in game 3, but a chicken dinner in game 4. For a team that didn't seem to know what they wanted to do in the first week and a half, again, I just look at this as why I said a general big improvement.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I think that they realize what they need to do now would get to the end game, which they're doing. But
yes,
4 out of their 5 eliminations were found in the last 30 seconds of the game, which feels a bit bad, to be honest with you. Reznov, 4 eliminations, unbelievable performance at the start of this game. We cannot forget it. And Athis with Eastern Stars, I mean, they traveled a long way, regardless of what happened. I think they're right on the lower eastern part of the map, starting up towards the very northwest on the northwest island. I think Eastern Stars, the fact they managed to pull off that gambit is unbelievable anyway.
On one hand, we shouldn't really be surprised they're a PMGC team, but it was just that moment was really crazy. I'm gonna have to watch back on that and see what really happened. And the Eastern Stars, they were able to get the job done. But at the end of the day, it was Penta to clinch out the chicken dinner in Sanhok. Once again, continue on a good run. Let's go for a bit of a break, and we'll be back with the desk.
Tuning your settings is a vital aspect of your preparations. Let's start with the basics. Most fights in Battle Royales are played out at mid to long ranges. PUBG Mobile comes with 3 options to put your quickscoping skills to good use. Toggle between tap, hold, or mix and pick the right one that enhances both your accuracy and agility. While tap is pretty convenient for beginners, try switching to hold for increased mobility during close quarters fights. Below this, you will find the option for quickscope switch. Enable this to get rid of the hassle of opening your backpack every time to switch between scopes. Beside these, you will find a newly added option named camera rotation while ADS. This is meant specifically for claw grip players who don't want their crosshair getting displaced while tapping on the ADS button. Thumb players who drag the ADS button for controlling recoil might prefer to keep this one enabled. Peeking in the game is crucial to make proper use of cover and take down enemies without exposing your hitbox. After turning it on, adjust it to tap, hold, or mix, along with the option to directly open ADS while peeking. Now, coming to sensitivity, it's pretty easy to navigate when you know their functions. Under the sensitivity tab, you get 2 options: screen and gyroscope. Screen sensitivity is basically how fast you can move your camera by using your fingers, while gyroscope requires you to tilt your phone to counter movement in-game such that the screen stays centered. Both sections come with the same labels. Starting with camera sensitivity, the section begins with third person and third person no scope. These are the sensitivity for your crosshair. As you go down, there are dedicated options for each scope, starting from red dot and going all the way up to 8x. Below camera sensitivity, you get the same options in the ADS settings section. But this one is meant for the sensitivity adjustment when you start firing your gun. So, it mainly functions to control your recoil while you are spraying. There's also the choice to keep both camera and ADS sensitivity identical by choosing the close option in the separate settings section. Also, do remember to set the gyroscope settings as always on or scope on to adjust the gyro settings. Now that you know how each option functions, there's only hard work and practice that lies ahead. Cheers, and good luck for your next MVP performance.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBGM Pro League Western Europe Spring 2022 season, as we've had Penta take home a chicken dinner here on Sanhok. What a way to do so. And as you remember Imperium talking about having an okay day today, but that chicken dinner definitely sets them above average from where they've been in the past. Gentlemen, welcome back here to the show. Maxman and Kalaris says I'm going to scooch over to get into the middle of the scene. It's very finicky and have to be at the exact right spot, just like you need to be at the exact right spot if you want to take home a win. Let's see our match standings and start to talk about these teams and how they did.
Just put yourself off center on purpose, Kalaris, right there.
Yes, I did, yes.
Penta, as Imperium also alluded to, 4 really good results out of 5 games yesterday. It's a little bit of a slow burner today, but they do ended up with a good win. But they actually threaded the needle. I was looking back on their rotation, and they went right in the middle of Quarry, and we saw that big fight happening on the eastern side of Quarry. I think it was, we had Clear Vision, Third Party, Real Tigers 9, and 4 Romanian Boys. Their timing was down to a T where they could avoid all that and cross right in the dead center of Quarry without suffering any casualties. That doesn't happen very often. So a little bit lucky on that end, but they did get themselves in a good position up north. They played around that position. They had the 4-man advantage. Off the back of that, they get the win. No big surprise, but it was overall some nice rotates on them.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often. What does happen very often, though, is that I'm the clear winner when it comes to Unicorns of Love with Clear Vision, just 2 points between them here. You know, actually, you know, we are both winners. Just I'm the bigger one, I think is fair.
Don't give me the pity support. Like, I don't want that. Okay.
I think that might be the best you get, though. Sometimes Max is the pity.
It's all I get.
But I mean, still doing better than any of the teams I would have predicted, anyways. I would be definitely at the bottom, just like TJB Giants and 4 Romanian Boys here at 0 points in that match. Again, looking at Real Tiger 9 UK, as we talked about before, them and FTY. 4 and 2 points, so at least they not going out the bottom. I feel like we've seen tons of times where a team will take a chicken dinner, next match out with 0 points, so at least able to get a few there. And more importantly for Real Tigers 9 UK, I mean, we saw the fight, and man god, as Imperium was saying, really picking things up for him.
Yeah, it was actually a really good start of the fight for them. They actually eliminated all of 4 Romanian Boys in really good fashion. Man God did help that entire situation unfold. But when I'm looking at this second page, I'm looking at FTY, that back to the inconsistency, the up and downs can be a little bit scary, right? But 4 Romanian Boys, I've been able to look back on all of the past circles and all the past games of this Super Weekend so far, and they've had a pretty drastic shift, which is they're trying to play center. I don't think it suits them too well because they're getting jumped on, they're getting third party, they're struggling, especially on Sanhok. You know that's going to happen quite a bit. I would like to see 4 Romanian Boys go back to an edge playstyle. I think it suited them really well. They actually got their chicken dinner yesterday, right, off of the back of that plan edge, sending Kimmy in, taking control in the late game. I would like to see them revert back to that because right now, it's putting a little bit of a target on their back, and it's not the easiest way for them to close off games.
I think that's fair.
Maybe for 4 Romanian Boys, they need to open up our official energy drink partner here with PMPL. It's Monster Energy. Maybe that'd help them get things on track and ready to go so they can pick themselves up a chicken dinner and maybe pick themselves up a little bit more, because again, they're still technically out of top 16 if I'm not mistaken because of the 0 points we just saw there. So we need to see some step up out of them, some step up out of Vamos as well if they want to overtake Rescue. But I'm pretty sure by the end of tomorrow they should be able to. Probably can't hear that. I'm knocking on wood on my desk right in front of me. But also, maybe we can take a look at Penta. You know, we talked about them before. What about, you know, their average stats yesterday versus their average stats today? See if they are a little bit ahead in some ways, a little bit behind in some ways. I mean, the fact is they were the #1 earner yesterday at 74 points. They still technically could be one of the big earners today if they do have a fantastic finish. But I don't know what it is about this team, Max, that's allowing them to have these like night and day performances. Like think back to the first Super Weekend first 2 days. They were really unimpressive.
Yeah, it's those up and down tendencies do we see in sometimes from some teams. I also would have to agree. I don't know exactly what down to why I would have to put these changes of pacing that's happening for the team so far. Here they had a really good position. They played it really well. They waited out into the late game. It's just, yeah, other than saying it's topsy-turvy a little bit for Penta, that's all I can really get to. We're going to be comparing their stats also from Super Weekend 2 Day 2 and the Super Weekend 2 Day 1. So what happened between yesterday and today. And man, they are still having a really good day, I would say, so far. Getting an average elimination of almost 5 is insane to have, and their survival time was also over the 20-minute mark. I'm looking at this, and I would tell you, yeah, this is a top 5 team. If you just show me these stats alone, I would say this is a really good team here.
I will say that this is still not a team that I think is going to be coming out and getting absolute, you know, banger, huge numbers of elimination matches. This is a team right now that I think will thrive on the consistency of getting decent placement and then sub 10 eliminations. We've seen that as a kind of a case study from yesterday as well as today. You look at the games yesterday, 9 eliminations, 6 eliminations, 8 eliminations with their chicken dinner, 8 eliminations with a 4th place as well. Just now, I think it was 5 eliminations with this or something around that, but just not, a big number. So just focus on your placements here for this team, get what eliminations you can from that, and I think that's where they're gonna continue to have.
I mean, then it's a little bit of difference, well, not a little bit, quite a big difference between them and the likes of Gamelord as we crown like the peak of PMPL Western Europe, where Gamelord can pick up these 10 plus elimination matches if they win or if they lose, right? Even if they don't get the chicken dinner, still can put up those numbers. But another team who I want to say is struggling to put up numbers, however, I actually don't know off the top of my head how well they've been doing technically in this week compared to last week, is Eastern Stars. I know we talked about the start of the day. Oh, Eastern Stars able to get themselves top 5, good start for them. And we can look at their super weekends between Super Weekend 1 on the left side, Super Weekend 2 on the right side. They actually have had a fall off, not too much in damage, but I feel like the eliminations is quite a big one.
Yeah, the eliminations are pretty severe drop-off we're seeing right now, almost halved down from Super Weekend 1 into Super Weekend 2. Of course, when you look back on yesterday's games, you had also those weird little hot drops that were happening versus TJB, which definitely didn't work out, which is good for what we've seen today, right? Because Kalash, you're talking about it a little bit early on Erangel. They did revert back to a very old drop they used to go to, which is the Eastern Coastline, which works great for them. They have really good experience when it comes to playing there, looting it up, and also rotating off the back of it, so it's good. But it does seem like we have a lot of other teams that stepped up. We saw Big do extremely well. We saw some Clear Vision. Unicorns of Love are having a relatively good day today. Yeah, Eastern Stars are just not able to frag out as big today, it seems.
Yeah, swings and roundabouts. I mean, by the time we were here last week, like game number 9/10, they'd already had 2 second places and 2 first places. And we were like, Eastern Stars is back, baby! But right now, unfortunately, we're on one of those swings where we've just taken the downturn here, which Eastern Stars has been a little bit vulnerable to those ups and downs.
I feel like there's only been 2 teams, maybe, that haven't had these swings, ups and downs. I want to say like Gamelord. And I want to say, funny enough, TJB. I don't know if you guys agree with that necessarily. Maybe Big in there could be like a third team. But I feel like TJB's been probably one of the most consistent teams, and Gamelord just doesn't seem to really ever have a bad day.
TJB is probably there in terms of even still kind of middling, but I think they're showing those moments where we think they're going to get the elimination shift and maybe move up a little bit from middling.
Right. Okay, well, let's take a look at the schedule. For the last time today, it is our last match of the day of our second day of our second Super Weekend, and it's going to be Erangel, of course. Once again, why wouldn't it be Erangel? So, gentlemen, it is time to head into our final match of the day. Let's head over to our commentators so we can kick things off.
One more time, we go into the games for the day. We're past that halfway point of this Super Weekend. We're looking forward to tomorrow, but we've got to round out the games from today first, the 5th and final installment. It's Erangel, as it always is.
It is indeed. I've been taking a little bit of a look and a thought process on Eastern Stars. And I've got to say, I'm a little bit worried about them because they haven't had bad results. They haven't really had any massively disappointing games, but I think they're within the problem lies. I really feel that they're playing a bit too passive. They're not going aggressive enough. They're not really taking as much control in these games and in these circles as they could. They're kind of relying on their core skill and a little bit of luck, and I don't know whether it's purposely being done that way, but it worries me coming into the finals that they're going to be put under too much pressure by a number of teams compared to what is the Super Weekend games, and they will choke forward. It just worries me that they're on a bit of a bad path.
That's fair. I think that's fair. Although, to be fair, they are still in 3rd place in the overall leaderboards right now.
I know.
So, I mean, sure, maybe they aren't being as aggressive and proactive as a lot of other teams, but that passivity seems to be paying off in some respects. And maybe, you know what, I would agree with you. They aren't playing as good as teams like Gamelord, as teams like Big, but they are still playing better than the majority of this lobby and holding down a defensive position. It's a choice, it's a play style, and it's a play style that's seeing them tying it up with Big, essentially sat 20 points ahead almost of Clear Visions. And doing very much okay for themselves.
Their PMGC team, do they really want to be regarded as just okay? If that's what they want, then fair enough, and I'll always support them, right? An observation that I hope that they do take on board. The playing path is upon us for this final game of the day, quite heavily down south. Going to be very easy for Penta to get to their drop shot down in military base, along with SWAT 69 in Nova. Milta unoccupied by X team. I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen a team when it's been approachable, such as this playing path, take over that Milta drop spot in this Super Weekend too.
No one's wanted to contest it just yet, but that is a western shift, pretty hard on the Erangel Island. So teams out on that west, that's TJB, who look to be probably moving up towards Georgia Pole again. For Romanian Men, hopefully going to play a little bit less of a dramatic split around this area. And teams around there going to be a little bit longer for the loot phase, potentially. So they don't want to take control. Compounds that are going to be particularly important. You imagine the foothills of Everest compounds are going to be vital, as well as controlling those river crossings to the north.
Yeah, that's true. Everest and the river crossing is going to be important. I also look at the compound off Headshot Hills, just down south from Ruins, as a pretty important area to lock down for the teams on the eastern side, or for one team on the eastern side, because you're going to have a closer teams coming in from the east. Now, those teams might look to utilize the north of the river, which I think is why you mentioned the compound or the area that you mentioned by the river. But you're still going to have possibly 1 to 2 teams playing around the north of Pachinki / Headshot Hills area under rotation into phase 1.
Shockwave and Vamos with players pretty close to one another. Shockwave have the position inland, but Vamos probably a little bit closer together than Shockwave are currently. There's actually a fairly significant chunk of teams in this southwest corner. You've got Vamos, you've got Shockwave, you've got super young roster, you've got 4 Romanian boys, all south of Quarry right now. It's a pretty hefty chunk. You've got Penta, who's going to be coming into that southwest corner as well from the military island. And all of us, there's just a lot going on right there.
What Penta can do is they can send one player to the edge of the bridge looking towards the military island, maybe use a new recently updated pathway either side to get across onto the western side onto the mainland side, and just to grab some early information, or at least hear the shots to pass that communication over to the rest of the team. What Penta can then do with that is decide whether or not they want to make the push in phase 1 or wait until phase 2 pops up to try and make it across into Military Island.
The north-south split coming through from TJB as well, North and South George. To be fair, no one's contesting it. They can take that ground uncontested. For Romanian Men, a little bit tighter, closer together on their 4-way split right now, and Vamos might be able to take down Sarah. They are rolling straight towards his position. You see him just on the left side of their motion, as on the mini-map they pass him by. Sarah out in the open. Yeah, ducks behind the rocks. I mean, that's fair. It's probably wise. All 4 players of Vamos pretty close together, but they're getting very central very early. Are they going to get one of these prime compounds?
Where are they going? I thought they might stop at the compound just shy north of Chopsticks. Apologies, you might hear an ice cream van in the background, just rocking around the estate. Would you like a 99, John?
That would be good, actually. To be fair, I have just had an ice lolly, funnily enough. So I think it must have come past me first.
There you go.
And,
there you go.
Send it on to you. But maybe he's tailing on to Vamos, who are still heading up north. They've dropped out just south of Ruins, by the looks of it, and it looks like they're going to spread out just around the area. I think we've seen them play from Ruins a few times before, and I think one of their better performances was actually from that location.
I don't mind it. It just is quite positive, and again, the growth of the PUBG Mobile competitive meta has really shown that the Cathedral and the Ruins area is a strong part of the map to lock down when the circle favors it. This early in the game, I still have a couple of questions, but Vamos, they seem confident that they know where they want to go, and that's something I'll always commend and recommend the team to do. it might not be a certain part of the map, a certain rotation might not ideologically be the best move to make, but if as a team you're confident enough to pull it off, and as an IGL that's where you want to go and the rest of the team are following you, hey, you do you, because if you're confident about a certain position, there's a lot of time and majority chance that you're going to make it work in your favor because you're confident of it.
Let's hold the top now of the church. And we'll have the roof, have the vantage point. Giants move in to one of those foothills Everest compounds, and this area is starting to fill up as teams make their way in after this looting phase, trying to take control of strong positions. No one's up the top of Everest just yet. No one's managed to summit it just yet, or rather, no one's really taken the initiative to do so. For Romanian Men, still yet to really settle fully on a position. They're still a little bit on the road, so we'll see when they end up coalescing.
In the previous Erangel game, it was for Romanian Men to send it up on Everest, not this time around, like you mentioned. I'm really happy to see Giants adjust their rotation timing to rotate quicker into these circles. I think there's still a little bit of hit and miss on it, but it was always something that really frustrated me when they dropped in Pachinki and they would take so long to move out, and it would often go against them, whereas in these Erangel games, specifically today at least, I've noticed that improvement. They've gone a little bit deeper. It is more central circle play, but again, the quicker rotations will allow them to grab more information sooner and just, I think, come into the mid-game a bit more focused on these fights.
Three teams pretty close together now around the foothills of Everest. Romanian Men, Giants, and... Is that Real Tigers 9? I think it might be. No, Clear Visions. Clear Vision, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Coming in pretty close contact, Vamos, with oversight on a lot of those spots. TJB still on their 2-2 split right now as for Romanian Men. They will be the team to first crest the ridgelines of Everest.
Having a look at other areas of the map. Real Tigers 9, Unicorns Love, they avoid each other this time around. It seems like both teams have learned from the mistakes of the first two Erangel games, but Unicorns Love do have Eastern Stars pretty close by to them. Gamelord still looting up. Yasnaya maybe starting to move out in the next couple of seconds. Penta did wait a little bit longer to move across, and they really took their time with it, and I gotta give them a lot of respect for that. The SWAT 69 also make it onto the mainland, coming into the circle right now.
Clear Visions have some bullets sent their way, but they're not receiving them. Shut the door on that for now. Big on the north side of the river. Again, controlling one of those crossings, another important part as the circle is soon to shift, and that's really where we're going to find out about a lot of the tempo of the coming game.
Down southeast it goes, and north of the river pretty much out of the running. I'm looking at Chopsticks, Gatka, the compounds around those areas, maybe the south hill of Chopsticks has some very strong parts of this phase 2 lockdown, even Pachinki Hill to an extent.
Spray down for Super Young roster, taking out Seacoat from Shockwave. Taking out a player on their side. At the moment, Super Young roster are going to have to move a little bit further than Shockwave, but they've already opened that door. With that elimination, they will be bringing them down to 3 to contest with it. And you have to remember as well, Shockwave probably aren't going to want to stick around here too long. They want to get a little bit more central, and that's exactly what they're doing, mounting up and going.
There's a lot of strong parts of this southwestern side of phase 2 too. Have a lockdown for Shockwave despite losing a player early on. They'll be licking their wounds and looking to try and refocus things up so they don't get caught out any more in this game. Tongja Bao now starting to move out of George Paul. Still GK first looting up the south buildings. A big spread coming through. 4 Romanian Boys do have the radio tower in the middle of the fields, locked down in a 3-1 split.
SWAT 69 making a dash across the open Gatka fields and finding themselves in an unoccupied set of buildings, so they have that foothold central. fairly near to those chopsticks that you were talking about being important in these next phases. Around this area of the map, a solid position to hold. TJB, though, going in against the 4 Romanian boys now, contesting for the southwest end of the Everest position. A really, really important fight.
I don't know how close TJB were to 4 Romanian boys. I have a bit of an idea on their movement with vehicles, TJB, but I don't get why 4 Romanian boys maybe didn't hear those vehicles from TJB kind of rotating towards them and think, okay, we should maybe look to hold our ground here. They'd started disengaging one player away from the radio tower field, and they didn't change up that. And in the end, they've lost the player. Look, maybe they just wanted to commit to the disengagement, to the reposition. I suppose I kind of commend them for that, but I think they could have stuck around, turned around, and taken the fight to TJB. But that's easier said than done, because we do have the all-seeing eye of Soren.
Gamelord on the eastern side, behind the eastern stars right now.
Interesting.
On their rotate, and they're a little bit out on the blue. They should be all right for now. The question is, do Eastern Stars know what's going on? You can see Athis at the moment scouting out the blue zone. I feel like they do know there's a team trying to move in behind them. But Gamelord reposition. They know they don't want to take this fight, especially with the next circle coming in pretty soon. Giants might have to fend off big in the meantime.
Getting very close by. There's a number of teams around this area. John, you've got Clear Vision, you've got the members of, oh my god, I forget who it is.
Big Vamos Giants.
Vamos, there it is. So I don't know why, but I just totally forgot the team name. And phase 3 centers up around the ruins area of the map. This is tricky. It could still be a north of the river, finishing big. They lost the player as far as I know, or did they?
I think they did.
Yes,
yeah,
they did.
Absolutely. Yeah, they lost.
And now they're going to disengage back to the cube compound.
They lost Mihi there. I think Vamos managed to get an angle. Getting north of the river again for big is definitely a choice, right? I wouldn't be too surprised to see them leave one on the underside of the bridge on this south side and sort of have that outpost there. And I think that might be what they're doing with Beast, because he's just dropped out there, stays put. But they see TJB coming in on the road, and maybe they look to regroup now.
I disagree with Beast going there. If they still had a full squad, I would agree. But when you're down to 3, you're kind of better off committing to that one area as a 3-person team and hopefully able to not only lock it down, but of course punish teams from across the way. That river is small, and you're able to do a lot of that from the area. Swat 69 move into the Headshot Hills area close to ruins. Once again, you got Unicorns Alive, you got Clear Vision. You've got a lot of teams converging in the center of this phase 3.
Absolutely higgledy-piggledy all over the place for a lot of these teams, trying to find any respite. 4 Romanian boys go down. The car careens off the side there. Unicorns of Love giving as good as they get as Daddy falls. Keme tries to smoke out the position, wants to pop the nade. Reznov rotating around, needs those sightlines under control for Unicorns of Love to stay alive here. Daddy crawling back, might look for these reses, but Icy's on the warpath. Around the side, looks for the flush on Fury, but Reznov pinches that away, and Keme gets absolutely slaughtered there. Icy from the top rope.
Good stuff from Unicorns Love. I don't know how much information they had on the remaining players of 4 Romanian boys in that fight, but I do look at a small, tiny weakness that it took longer for Alicio to join back up with the squad. He had that supporting position, which is great on the initial engagement, but the second the kind of first knock came through, I know it was traded, but I still believe Alicio should have responded a bit quicker. Unicorns Love will take those any day of the week. However, once again, they're on top of the elimination board for this final game of the day. 3 so far. No, not many players have gone down, but it just is a continued sign of Unicorns Love growth in aggression and teamwork.
The issue they have right now is Gamelord on their eastern flank. They are controlling in the line, in the trenches, in the bunkers that they currently hold. But if Gamelord push up, get vision on Unicorns of Love, there is trouble to be had further into this circle.
I do love that 4 Romanian men didn't go into the center of Everest as a full squad. Often, one of the biggest weaknesses when a team tries to lock down Everest is that they go to the center, especially on that kind of shift. The biggest breaching points for any team going onto Everest is the east and the west. for Romanian Men recognize this. What they can do now is send Sarah onto the eastern edge, maybe then quickly followed by the rest of the squad to lock down that area as phase 4 is centered up quite nicely.
This is absolutely brilliant for the Vamos. Early rotate to the Ruins position. They moved there whilst everybody else was almost still looting, and they are going to hold down a key part of this map. TJB spotting out Shockwave yet again. Eastern Stars going even on the trades right now with Gamelord as well. A super young roster try to mount an assault onto 4 Romanians' position. But they're not really finding any openings just yet. Unicorns Alive in the meantime still trying to hold out their center position. Swat 69 not having the best of times as Vamos chime into that fight as well. Swat 69 looking to take a tumble. Super young roster pushing in, and Redox looks for the trade. Can't quite find it. The forwards position for Romanian Men eliminated.
Yeah, I think it was Redux just went a bit too deep on his own, and it's a second player going down for 4 Romanian Men. That spread just became a bit too much for 4 Romanian Men to recover from, but that's a great push overall for the super young roster up the hill of Everest as Eastern Stars go down in 15th. There was a bit of a third party from Unicorns Love, by the way, that did get a knock onto one of the Eastern Stars players, but I also don't get why Eastern Stars decided or felt like it was a good idea to react to a circle so quickly, considering the fact that it's centered up. If it had been a hard shift, maybe, but a center shift, you really got to be careful with the timing of your rotations.
Goodness me, Zotok's just flying over those ridge lines. Not a care in the world, apparently, but doesn't go down. Sarah, position, spotted. The shots did come through, I think, on the first one, but not really finding too much more. FTY ahead of the curve on this approach to the circle on that Everest ridgeline. Super young roster being that presence with their backs to the blue, pushing past 4 Romanian Men. Still a tall order with FTY still there as well.
Yeah, I don't look at FTY as really breaching up the hill. FTY are using the side of Everest to have their backs covered so they can focus on the likes of possibly Giants or a team looking to crest and rotate across the roadside down the south of Everest and pick up a couple of elimination points. They will, of course, be able to grab a bit of information. Super young roster, 4 Romanian Men. Will the third party opportunity come for FTY?
Sarah avoids the damage from the nade. I feel like Sarah's position is going to be crucial in the coming minutes. 30 seconds, drops down, and Amodi handles it. Excellent stuff from the super young roster, 4-man right now. Rana settled back down as well as they are on the swivel. Super young roster able to eliminate 4 Romanian Men, keeping all 5 of them alive. Lendo needs a res, and FTY are at the front.
Good stuff from super young roster. It seems like they really played their best PUBG Mobile on the edge of these circles when they have a little bit of space that they're able to work with, a little bit of time. It's not often given to them, but when they have it, they take it so heavily as the next phase is about to pop up. TJB couldn't quite pick an opportunity to third party, but Giants are going to find it down by the roadside. It centers up, and my God, bar the edge of the hills, there is nothing to work with.
Giants might be able to keep hold of this compound and play on the north end of their compound as well. It's a really solid position. And everyone's going to have to leave from Everest as well. The eastern side looking difficult. Vamos looking to crash in, and look at that, the forward player, Prada, going to move towards the Penta players at the moment and needs to find a foothold there. Won't be able to take, won't be able to find that as Manu shuts down the front man for Vamos on that assault.
I don't mind that from Vamos. It's not ideal, and sometimes when it doesn't work out, it doesn't mean it wasn't a bad idea. Sending that sacrificial lamb player kind of makes sense, but what is not a good idea is they sent another player in, whereas it should be the full squad. Will TJB feel the power of super young roster?
Costi falls as well. In the meantime for Vamos, Penta in the center. You love to see it. Super young roster now up against TJB. 2 players from TJB alive. Amodi down. A nade takes a lot of that health bar out.
Wow.
And another knock coming through across the way. But GK First is down, leaving Lin solo in this fight. Elendo up the top, the last hurdle. And will be able to get all the way up there. Tam close by now. Wants to try and get some revenge and will be able to find it. Super young roster, 3 alive as Gamelord mount their assault onto Vamos.
if they can get the revives off. Vamos being whittled down to you because of poor decision making and poor movement, and it seems like that's the door open for Gamelord to crash in up on the high ground. Church Lawrence looking for the knocks. I believe one of the Gamelord players is down on his knees, but Akashi is doing a lot.
Spicy just popped that nade up the top, and Vamos say night-night. Gamelord send him to sleep. Trayson's down, but it looks to be Rezable here, and they can push further in.
Unicorn's Love still up as a full squad. 7 elimination points down on the south side.
Clean nade coming out. I love this nade play that we're seeing so much more prevalently in these phases, in these circles. Smoke down to cover the cross. Salazar wants to get into the circle more than he wants Ulysses to get back up.
Clear vision. Just Hamodi left alive. If there's one man can pull off something big, it is the turtleneck wearing legend that is Hamodi. Unicorns Love turn their attentions to the bottom of the ridge side. Penta possibly about to be exposed.
Oh, Manu absolutely beamed there by Alicio. Lands the spray. Actually, Hamodi get handled as well by the Unicorns of Love. 4 players alive, 10 eliminations. This would be a great way to close out the day. 7 teams remain, and they have 4 players standing.
They just haven't committed too much to one area. They haven't put all their eggs in one basket, but they've also stuck together in the right way where they're able to grab information 30 to 20 seconds ahead of time in that regard. And it's clinical, strong, leading stuff from Unicorns of Love all throughout today's games. Genuinely, it's been a consistent run, even yesterday as well.
Oh, Salazar falls to the shots from Daddy as well. Ulysses tries to cross the Molotov there, trying to put it through the window. Is it going to land? Not entirely sure. I think it's, yeah, it's just on the roof. He has the range. It's just a very difficult shot to make there, especially when you're under duress. Pops that smoke, forces them to push out if they want to fight. Will have seen Ulysses there, drop behind the window, and keeps him on the deck with the shots.
Again, it's not committing too much, especially because the circle has centered up and Giants are going to have to move away anyway. Unfortunately, one of the Unicorns Love players go down. Muzi finding Icy, not quite.
In comes Big as well onto the ridgeline, and Icy now very much at risk. Reznov does not have the time to handle Muzi in the bunker, but his teammate does. Icy hits the deck, stays alive. 3 players in there. Alicio down for the Unicorns of Love, but they're in this circle.
And Daddy is up on the high ground. Overwatch giving information is going to be able to hold back Giants. It's going to be tough 1v2, but with Big still in the fold, a bit of a third-party opportunity could be there. Beast pushes forward. Swat 69 down on the low ground, and the last remaining hope player of Gamelord, Spicy, is still alive.
On the eastern side, not in the circle, needs to push closer to Icy's position right now. And Reznov as well. So 69 further north, and Big, they have the best position right now.
Daddy sends it down the hill, commits with the rest of his team.
Down in the bushes, down in the grass, Tam gets spotted out. Salazar not hesitating. Ali now last for Super Young roster. They've lost track of Salazar. Steps up, looks for the shots. Ali in the grass, spotted, and it will be found. Salazar takes down Super Young roster on his own.
Oh my God. I thought he wasn't going to take it. But Salazar, the newest player of Giants Gaming, shows why he's not a player to be messed with and why he was probably one of the most important pickups for a PMPL roster this year.
2 eliminations so far for Big, but they're looking to rank that all the way up. As Icy falls down to another nade. Spicy eliminated on the side. Now 3rd place and 14 eliminations for Unicorns of Love, but it's only Reznov with Icy to res. Very, very difficult in this spot.
If SWAT 69 had been a little bit more aggressive / proactive, I think they could have helped Unicorns of Love inadvertently, but because they've been too quiet, Big have been able to focus, send a barrage of nades, just really push forward in the direction of the Unicorns of Love.
Now I think SWAT 69, I mean, they have to leave this position, right? Big, no, there's another player in here. They should have all the information they need to operate effectively. Reznov, what can happen here from this location? Unicorns of Love had a very, very tough time so far into this circle. Phoenix spotted. Phonics drops that smoke on the wall. Needs to start to push up because the blue zone isn't going to be forgiving.
Let's see if they can be like a phoenix and rise through the ashes of this position and take down the members of Big. It's gonna be hard.
Ooh, I think Beast spotted that cross. Looks for the shots. Phonics falls first to the UMP. Nemo now last player standing for SWAT 69. And Big look to take them down here. Restov still alive in the meantime as SWAT 69 are eliminated. Now it's 1 versus 3. And Big are looking good to close out the day with their second chicken dinner here so far today. Restov in the smoke. They know where he is. Mazzaro out wide. Beast down low. Suave playing that backstopper. That is going to be it. Beast gets the final elimination. And it's Big to take the chicken.
They lost a player early on, but they recovered. And that's what is a real big test of the best teams, not only in Europe, but across the world, when they're able to take an initial loss of a player and still find a clinical moment to clutch out the game, to get control of it, and of course find the chicken dinner. There were some crazy circle shifts in that game, and the way it ended, it was tough on a lot of teams, no doubt about it. But Big opting to go back up to the north of the river was honestly one of the best decisions that I've seen a team make.
Yeah, I mean, they took themselves out of the fight and they played for the edge. They thought, you know what? We don't want a part of this. And then they came back in swinging. I mean, they pushed down. They were a presence. They let everybody else fight against each other on that eastern side, which is, to be fair, where the Unicorns of Love did start their push from. And they had a hefty elimination point total for their troubles. They ended up coming second. So it's also a very, very strong game for the Unicorns.
Nearly 1,600 damage, just shy of double the amount of eliminations they got. So they were clearly making noise. But you know who else was making noise? Unicorns of Love and Icy specifically. Not quite 1,000 damage, but 5 elimination points. This player is not to be messed with.
Is this I mean, there's 2 players on this sheet right now, right? Beast and Icy. And I feel like that's a representation of this game. I feel like Beast, they lost Mihi early, which is before that northern push that you were talking about. So it's good that they have other teams, other players that will be stepping up, because Mihi has proven himself so many times now. The rest of the time, the team needs to be able to pick up the slack when it's there. So it's good to see. But most eliminations, absolutely. Icy is, well, rather oxymoronically on fire.
It's ridiculous, and I think with the whole rest of the team allowing themselves to play around Icy in the right way, Unicorns Love on the right path.
Lots of points for lots of teams, but Big take the lion's share. Then we'll be going and popping those away for a rainy day to see themselves safer into the finals with the final chicken dinner of today.
Tuning your settings is a vital aspect of your preparations. Let's start with the basics. Most fights in battle royales are played out at mid to long ranges. PUBG Mobile comes with 3 options to put your quickscoping skills to good use. Toggle between tap, hold, or mix and pick the right one that enhances both your accuracy and agility. While tap is pretty convenient for beginners, try switching to hold for increased mobility during close quarters fights. Below this, you will find the option for quickscope switch. Enable this to get rid of the hassle of opening your backpack every time to switch between scopes. Beside these, you will find a newly added option named camera rotation while ADS. This is meant specifically for claw grip players who don't want their crosshair getting displaced while tapping on the ADS button. Thumb players who drag the ADS button for controlling recoil might prefer to keep this one enabled. Peeking in the game is crucial to make proper use of cover and take down enemies without exposing your hitbox. After turning it on, adjust it to tap, hold, or mix, along with the option to directly open ADS while peeking. Now, coming to sensitivity, it's pretty easy to navigate when you know their functions. Under the sensitivity tab, you get 2 options: screen and gyroscope. Screen sensitivity is basically how fast you can move your camera by using your fingers, while gyroscope requires you to tilt your phone to counter movement in-game such that the screen stays centered. Both sections come with the same labels. Starting with camera sensitivity, the section begins with third person and third person no scope. These are the sensitivity for your crosshair. As you go down, there are dedicated options for each scope, starting from red dot and going all the way up to 8x. Below camera sensitivity, you get the same options in the ADS settings section. But this one is meant for the sensitivity adjustment when you start firing your gun. So, it mainly functions to control your recoil while you are spraying. There's also the choice to keep both camera and ADS sensitivity identical by choosing the close option in the separate settings section. Also, do remember to set the gyroscope settings as always on or scope on to adjust the gyro settings. Now that you know how each option functions, there's only hard work and practice that lies ahead. Cheers, and good luck for your next MVP performance.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the analysis desk to break down the last match of the day, and of course to round things out overall with how the day did go. Just a captain joined by Maxman, Cloris at the very end. What? I can understand, but what was...
British. The waving of the hands. I am royalty. I win. You and Konzolov did really well.
Okay, I mean they did well, but they didn't win the last match.
They didn't. Yeah, he'll take it. He'll take it.
I'm just trying to bring him back down, back to his, 2'3" height.
What a surprise!
But then you get the $1,000.
Don't care. I'm not seeing any of that $1,000, am I? So it doesn't matter.
That's true. But Unicorns Love, 14 limbs. They have woken up a bit here and desperately needed to. Again, I think there's a lot of questions between all of us of is this the new Unicorns of Love? They're just if they get zones on Sanhok, they'll win. Or are they actually going to be able to perform to the level of Lacados MVP, Exquisite Decode? And it seems like they've finally been able to.
So before this, Max, and before we even came on, this was actually kind of what I was we were talking about it, right? And the only actual reason I picked them is because it's about damn time. And if they didn't have a step up today, considering kind of I would say middling performances that they've had before, then would they eventually become the championship caliber team that we would like them to see them be here? And today, you know what? 42 eliminations during all of this. Never mind this 14 banger here, considering they got themselves the second place spot. Yeah, I mean, they have had the step up, so great. I'm happy to see it here, Max.
Yeah, it's okay. I think that I'll have to buy a prop at some point, just buy a white flag, be very on brand for me and just say, okay, you win, Kolaris, again. We'll see how it's going to go. But it's been looking great for Unicorns of Love. I still would like to see the resurgence of Elise, the back-to-back MVP. I want to see potentially on par with Icy, but Icy is just a diamond in the rough, and he's been played so well throughout this Super Weekend and throughout this entire tournament, actually, so far. So great on them. Big also going for what I would call a weird play initially, going back up to the northern side of the river, then going back down. That was very odd, but you know what? They get the chicken dinner, so I can't really complain too much. It's great, and Super Young roster actually having a resurgence in this game. They actually won all of that back and forth that was happening on, I think it was Everest. There was a fight with FTY. There was a fight also with Romanian Men, and they were actually the only team to come out on top of that. So good on Super Young roster. Hopefully that's going to boost up their confidence a bit.
Nuts though, eh? Considering, as you say, like Big having been north of the river when every other team was south, and then them understanding the timing at which they would need to enter the circle and utilize their position to flex out and actually get themselves the victory from this. That's only teams like Big here in this lobby can do that. They have veteran status to the max. Not you,
to the max.
Okay,
man.
No.
Definitely
Vamos
not
10th place. 3 points for Romanian Boys, 0 points. I think Rescue just breathing a sigh of relief. I mean, obviously they should be passed in the final day. Yeah. But it seemed like Vamos and Romanian Boys have more momentum than this after the first day.
For sure. I mean, for Romanian Boys, I already alluded to this at the start of the show, is that they're trying to play a more central play style. They're trying to take really strong positions early on, but they struggle when teams decide to crash onto them. And that's where I have the impression that maybe the communication's not going well. Maybe you're really feeling the fact that Kimmit is getting most of those eliminations, and when they get crashed upon, Kimmit cannot 1v4 every single day of the week. So that's where we need to see a little bit more team presence. I hope that tomorrow they're going to go back to the drawing board and hopefully try and play more edge. I think it suited them really well in the past. That's where they would get some of their best results, is when they were trying to play edge. Here in particular, it's just not been working out whatsoever.
You know, I'm glad you actually broke that down, and I'm hoping for their sake as well, right? We understand this is like a marathon event. You do have one day off between each section of play, between Super Weekends League play and League play and Super Weekends, but it's a grind for you, and it really tests you as a player, tests you as a team, that you got to continue to improve. You got to look back at the matches you played in the day. You got to continually work towards getting better and better, because if you're not, other teams are passing you up and you might not see yourselves in the finals. But on that note, let's actually talk about the finals and look at our overall standings. If we ended things out today, remember, it'd be our top 16 teams that would be participating. At the moment, only 2 teams will be on the outlier of that, which will unfortunately be Vamos and Romanian Boys, if I'm not mistaken. But Gamelord, let's talk about this. I mean, they're looking to almost be at a 100-point lead here. Actually, they would have been at a 100-point lead, I'd say, if Unicorns 11 Big didn't have such a great finish in that match. And we're not even through the second week yet.
Yeah, I mean, feeling so confident that even Victor took like a mini vacation in the middle of this. Took the Nova vacation, apparently, it seems. So it just goes to show, and it proves the point that even though Victor's not here, which is their top fragger so far in the tournament, they still, as a whole, are just such a huge strength when the Western European region that it's hard to contest with right now. But Big have been able to remain consistent on a week-per-week basis, which is great. And Unicorns of Love are heating things up, as alluded to by Kalaris multiple times today. But yeah, they're on a good track, back on the podium. Good to see.
Yeah, I can only say I'm happy to see it as well. But as you say, I mean, looking at Gamelord and how they're positioning themselves right now, I think it's absolutely formidable. It's going to be very difficult for anybody to really catch them up here in the Super Weekends. I'm happy to see TJB with a little bit of a, I suppose, bump up points-wise as well here, Jason, all things considered. And they were 8th and now they're 7th. But I mean, I think they're back on the road as well. They might be my next pick. Who knows? Wilson?
I mean, look at their elimination and placement point. It's a 50-50 split. This is what we wanted to see, a resurgence and eliminations, and they got there. It's great.
Also, a big shout out to Clear Vision. 0 chicken dinners. 5th place. Over 200 points. Like, that's actually pretty damn insane. Now, their limbs obviously lacking just a little bit when you compare them to like giants below them, but they're still ahead of TJB. They're still ahead of FTY.
Yeah.
This team, I mean, if they could just figure out a way to close out matches like this, as we said before, could be a podium team.
I thought it was going to be a dig initially, but I'm like, actually, yeah, it is impressive. The fact that they, with 0 chicken dinners, are being able to get so many placement points, right? 123 there. What is that? The 4th top team when it comes to placement points alone, which is great from Clear Vision. So, as I said, more eliminations would be great, but as a whole, I think they're pretty much in line with the teams that are around that top 3, top 5 position currently. So I'm really happy, but it goes back to the same old thing that we mentioned time and time again when mentioning Clear Vision Esport. We want to see a setup around Hamodi. If that happens, I think that a top 4, potentially even overtaking Unicorns of Love, is definitely in the realm of possibilities, but it takes time for that to maybe happen. But they got time to try things out, but I think that right now we want to see those $1,000 finishes from them to get some extra money in their pockets.
I think they're on the road to do it as well. As like I felt like Vindex had a decent time in the previous day, and then today we see Samo and Harpy, you know, have their moments too. So yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed with Clear Vision. All memes aside.
Thank you.
Mate, I'm impressed with Penta. Like, we're 16 plays at the end of the second day of our first Super Weekend. And now they're in 9th with 181 points. Like, this team has had a massive step up here. I mean, 2 chicken dinners as well. They have more chicken dinners than TJB and Clear Vision. Like, that's pretty ridiculous out of a team that I was almost ready to write off after the first couple days.
Yeah, put it down mainly to good rotations we've been able to see. You can see that there's a little bit of disparity when it comes to their placement points and elimination. So there was still, I think that I would have to say, a lucky rotation on that Sanhok. They go right through Quarry when there's a big fight happening on the eastern side of Quarry. I think that should very rarely happen. But as a whole, they rotate in good edge positions and they get involved into the late game and they get themselves some really good games. Actually gave themselves 2 chicken dinners, which is great to see from Penta. The thing that my question is going to be, is that enough once into the finals to go for the championship? Not sure just yet.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like there are multiple ways actually to play PUBG Mobile, right? And that's one of the cool things, is that you can actually just, you know, be placement first and a limb second, and you can technically get away with that and get pretty far, I would say, with it. But as you're saying, Max, like, a limb's first placement second almost always ends up at the very upper echelon trumping that. They end up being the bigger earner down the line, because then placement comes with eliminations if you're able to really power out those eliminations. But this can serve Penta well. This can get them into the final, I feel.
Okay, let's get an idea of where the bubble is currently at. 55 points. It should be with Rescue, but what's below them? I'm curious. Will Vamos and Romanian Boys just 4 and 11 points off? Not too far. I was expecting them, as we said before, like with the steam they had in that first day, to potentially overtake them today.
Agreed.
But now I find it almost impossible to see Vamos not get 4 points tomorrow. Or 5 points, I guess, technically, to pass Rescue. And for Romanian Boys, I mean, they didn't really do too well today. It is realistic that they don't actually get 11 in the day and pass Rescue. Yeah. But now, I mean, Rescue, Vamos, Romanian Boys, the fact is, even when the Super Weekend ends, no matter what placing you're in here at the bottom, you have to requalify.
Exactly. I mean, normally you would say potentially 150 points you would like to be somewhat safe into the top 16. A lot of these bottom teams are looking at Shockwave, Rescue, Vamos Esports, Romanian Boys, with 1 more day of play remaining, unless they have a huge pop-off tomorrow, which it is possible that could happen. It seems unlikely, seeing what we've seen from these teams and their past results in this PMPL. So yeah, requalifying, I think, is without any doubt in my mind a big must for these guys. And even we might even have one of the teams that didn't qualify to the first 2 Super Weekends come in, and you never know, have a huge pop off there and qualify. So they are still a threat technically, but it's still unlikely to see.
Okay, well, before we do head off, again, want to remind you guys about Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. Maximan's going to have a new can for us tomorrow that he's going to slowly work on chugging, maybe pour it into, I don't know, a different type of glass. Even though I'm not hating too much on what you used. But I want to see you drink it again on air. I want to see the pinky out, maybe both pinky outs. Who knows? But also, the 4th anniversary event is happening for PUBG Mobile. If you guys aren't familiar with this, we have the AR event currently happening, where there's 100,000 euros and more in prizes to win. Also, some limited edition iPhone 13s. If you're not sure what else you can win or how to get involved, take a look at this. Well, after yesterday's fiasco, I won't be mentioning Steve Jobs today, but there you can see there the prizes you can win. A lot of stuff you can do to get involved with the 4th anniversary event currently happening for you guys at home. But gentlemen, that's going to round out our 2nd day here of our 2nd Super Weekend. We have 1 day left to go in the Super Weekend. We have 4 days in total left before we can fully get into the finals, at least in Super Weekend's terms, but we still have another week of league play to go before even then. It's been a pleasure having you two on the show. It's been, of course, a pleasure to have Blank, John, and Pyram as well. But that's going to do it here for today. Remember, tomorrow at the exact same time, we'll be back for another day and our final day here of our 2nd week.